Welcome back to the action here at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 in Bihar. More accurately in Patna, and we have Malaysia versus India. What a match this promises to be. Top spot in the group up for grabs here.
After a power-packed day 2 of intense rallies and jaw-dropping aerial kicks, we are at day 3 here at Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 for more thrilling action. Here are two teams. The first team to come up is the team that breathes in the sport. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Team Malaysia.
Men's doubles, so 2 players and 1 substitute. Malaysia starting with Adil Aman and Mohamed Noor Azat. And Shaharlil Aiman is going to be the man on the bench.
Carrying the weight of a billion dreams and brimming with pride, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our home team, Team India!
Huge applause, as you would expect, here in Patna for Team India. These guys already got a bronze in the quadrant event, where you have twice as many in the squad, twice as many out on the court. Squad of 6 and 4 players. Here you have a squad of 3 with 2 players, and as we saw earlier in the day when they had their opening match, it's Akash who's on the bench. Ashish and Malim Gamba are the 2 who are going to be out there. My name's Drew Lilly. I have Nishad Vaidya alongside me, who is obviously Indian, but he's not going to be biased when he comes out with his commentary here. This promises to be an absolutely thrilling contest, because we've got India, the host nation, up against Malaysia, one of the absolute powerhouses of Sepaktakraw.
Yes, we've seen some fantastic performances by both teams in the quads. Actually, with India, their captain Malim Gamba and Akash, they were part of the quad team. And for Malaysia, as I see it, Mohamed Noor Azat, and they've got also Adil Aiman, who was also a part of their quad team. So there's an overlap. We've seen some of these players before here at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025.
Malaysia, player in.
So this is doubles. 2 players out there at any one time, but the court is the same, the net's the same. It's also best of 3 sets, first of 15 in each set. What you're going to notice if you're watching this before, if you've been watching this World Cup for the last couple of days and seen quadrant, where you've got 4 players out there on either side of the net. Here you've just got the 2. So obviously there is a lot more ground to cover. Same rules apply though, so if you serve and it goes into the net or goes wide, then you lose the point. Also, different rules as well, much along the lines of the quadrant where you alternate service after every point. You do the same here, but everybody has to serve. So players 1, 2, 3, 4 go around the horn, alternating on the services. So everybody serves rather than just having 1 or 2 Tekongs who take all of the serving duties.
What I find most interesting about the quads is that 2 players have to cover up a lot more territory. So the rallies can be a lot more faster. They don't last as long as we see in quad. So this game, definitely a quicker version. Now that's gone out. An attempted block there by Norazad. But that's gone out, and huge cheers here. Oh, well, they've got support from Rajasthan. So people have come from another corner of the country to the east to support the Indian team. That's really good to see.
The save, the set, the spike doesn't come off, and India find themselves a couple of points clear.
Well, I just have an interesting question for you, Drew. And that is, we've seen, of course, rugby. And there's a rugby sevens format which had fewer players on the ground. So can we say this is comparable when compared to the quads that you just have 2?
It's a different way round. Doubles and the traditional regu, where it's just 3 players, is what you expect to see, and then quadrants with 4 was brought in around 10 years ago to give more people a chance to play, to have more categories, more events every time there is a tournament. So doubles is quite traditional. You've even got different formats that we're not going to see here, but that you see at certain events, which is hoop, and you have a hoop that is about 10 feet in the air, and teams of players who knock the ball up into the air, and every time the ball goes through the hoops successfully, you get a point, and you have a certain period of time in which to score points. So it's just 1 team out there at any one time. So quadrant is more a new version of the sport. Doubles and regu is the more traditional format.
Malaysia have level things here, and it's got to be Norazad to serve.
What you'll find with doubles is that people are having to take on 2 jobs. So there we saw with the Indian captain Malingamba. He's obviously the one who's trying to save and set, and you haven't got the Tekong, the server, back at the baseline, able to perform some of the defensive duties. So you're trying to do absolutely everything on defense to set it up for your attacker. The attacker, by the same token, quite often has to go back, defend as well. Everybody's got to serve, everybody takes a turn in serving, so it really does hone all of your skills, the doubles version.
So you need to be a more well-rounded player here to come good. Not just be a Tekong, you should know how to block and obviously roll in the spikes and the roll spikes as well.
Everyone's called on to do virtually everything, and it's why we're going to see probably slightly fewer spikes. We'll see a lot more use of the head, because players will be just desperately trying to get the ball back.
That was a very good block by Norazad, and a spike by him. Malingamba, and that's gone under the net.
Great rally. Both teams desperately trying to keep it alive. Probably not the best idea there by Malingamba to try to spike from there. You can see he'd come a long way back. The angle was against him. He's not the tallest of players. He needed to get the takraw up and over and then down on the other side of the net. So needed to play more of a neutral ball there. So all of a sudden, 5 points in a row for Malaysia.
In a sense, just to draw an analogy, as I asked you about rugby, maybe the proper analogy would be with cricket, which has got different formats like Test cricket, ODI, T20, and now even a T10 in some places of the world. You spoke about hoop being there. We see quad, we see doubles, obviously regu. Then we've got the mixed quads as well.
6 points in a row for Malaysia, and you maybe wonder whether coach Hemraj is going to take a timeout here for India sooner rather than later.
I also see Akash warming up in the background, so it will be interesting to see if they opt for the substitute. But that's a roll spike. Very well done by Ashish.
India needed that, needed to stem the flow.
4-7.
Teams are allowed 1 timeout per team per set, often used just to reset.
Point India.
That would have been a 4th touch there by Noor Azat. So the point was already over by the time he tried to get that one around the camera, I think, that's at the net.
Although there was some good work by Norazat on the net while trying to save that ball. Into the net
India.
by Adil Ayman. And India, after conceding a flurry of points, gradually working their way back, and it's going to be the captain Malan Gamba, who also led them in the quad.
6,
He's going to be the
7.
take-on.
Point Malaysia.
Nice play by Malaysia there. Good save and a very good set. You can see how close it was to the net there, and Noor Azat was in a perfect position to capitalise on it. His turn it is now to serve.
6.
The header by Ashish just deflected towards the Indian substitute bench. So Malaysia have arrested this flow from India.
Difficult with the head, it comes at you quite quickly,
Number 5.
and you're trying to nod it upwards, and I think that's going to be the last we are going to see of Ashish for the time being, because
In. 5 off.
on comes Akash.
Substitution. 33 in. 5 off.
Assistant coach Sharma having made the call there. 9-6, so Malaysia 6 points away from taking the opening service. Akash says, whose turn is it to serve? And it turns out it's his. He's a good server. We've seen that in the quadrant event where he and Malangamba shared the take-on duties, where you choose who serves. Here everybody has to serve in turn.
Norazat just trying to save and convert on his own, but put that wide.
He was doing the right thing. He was just trying to get it back in play, not trying to do anything too spectacular.
Yeah.
But it was a very good service from Akash.
Yes, Akash has been very good. He was very good in the quads as well, where India won the bronze medal. But I'm really excited to see him come good here in the quad. I want to see how many times he dishes out those spikes and roll spikes there. May not be as many. Well, again, Ayman hits the net. 9-8.
Wonderful block by Akash. He's come on and turned things around. It was 9-6 when he came on. It's 9-all now.
Just next to our commentary box, some of the other Indian team members are sitting, and I could hear them shout, "Ek block, ek block, wo de dega." That means just block the next one. He's going to give you the opportunity to block. Someone called it right next to us.
Great service by Noor Azat. That was absolutely perfect. Low over the net, but with pace as well. Very difficult to return service on in the doubles. There's obviously only 2 of you. You don't know which way it's going to go. Bit of a concern about Akash here. Has he pulled something, stretching in trying to get that service back?
Yesterday, one of his teammates, I think, had landed on his shin. Yeah, just the ankle probably jarring against the advertisement coding. Yesterday too, there was a bit of a break, if you remember, when one of his teammates, while they were going for the ball, landed on his foot. A bit like a football tackle, where you say, oh ref, I was just going for the ball, not for the man.
Plenty of fans here in the Paliputra Indoor Stadium in Patna. And they've got plenty of action to follow throughout the day, both men's and women's doubles. India involved in both. Obviously in the men's doubles at the moment. India in Group A, facing Malaysia at the moment, and we have Vietnam, Poland and Chinese Taipei in that group already. India having defeated Poland 2-0 in their opening group game.
Yes, we're going to see the European teams compete now in the doubles as well. We have got Switzerland later on.
Switzerland having played earlier. If you've been watching throughout the day, you'll have seen them in action, losing 2-0 to Myanmar. And a little bit later on, they are facing Thailand, and that is going to be a huge, huge challenge for them. They don't often play Thailand, even if they are at the King's Cup. They tend to be in different divisions. And Reto Lerliger, one of their main players, was saying earlier that he has actually never played against Thailand, even though he's been playing the sport for a good 20 years. So this is the first time he's going to play Thailand.
But it's good to see some of these countries emerge here at the Sepaktakraw World Cup. We've seen France in the quads, New Zealand, of course USA, there's Switzerland, Poland, all of them just emerging here. And it's got to be a great learning experience for them as well, as they come up a bit against the more established units here at the Sepaktakraw World Cup.
That's one of the main purposes of any World Cup, and in particular this one, spreading the word, getting it played not only all around India, but all around the world. And the Indian Sepaktakraw Federation has made sure that all of the non-Asian teams had their flights, accommodation provided for them, their kits as well, so all sorts of different jerseys for all of the players being provided by the Indian Sepaktakraw Federation. As we see the president, the acting president of the International Sepaktakraw Federation, ISTAF, that you can see at the top left of your screen, Kun Bunchai Lordpipat. There's no doubt having a look at the Indian Sepaktakraw Federation app, which has all of the results in real time updated on it.
Malaysia just sneaking ahead 11-9. And as they get ready to serve,
70, 70 sub.
they might still not get the point. But just talking about it, India trailing. As you said, you expect to lose a point on your service, but now India trailing by 2 points. So they've got that catching up to do.
Exactly, it's like being a break of serve behind in tennis. You expected to score on your opponent's service because you can save, set and spike, but what a block that was by Nur Azat. Winning a point on your own service is always a real boost to your confidence. Timeout being taken by India.
Bihar time.
Back we come from the 1 minute timeout.
Bihar sub.
Can be used just to try to change the momentum to stop a flow of points against you, but
9.
here there'll be tactics as well.
Interesting that they took the timeout before their service, India. A good serve. But Norazad gets that spike in.
Why Malaysia?
So far, the timeout hasn't worked and Malaysia have started well after that. Norazad, it looked like it came off the side of the foot. Just observing, possibly with the back of his eye, that Akash was moving the other way.
39.
That's the thing in doubles, you've only got one or maybe two players to block. You tend to have one blocking Regu style, so it's stretching out their legs at the net, whereas the other one stays in the backcourt.
There we go. As I said earlier, support from Rajasthan to Team India. And this is really something that excites me. The fact that the word about the Sepaktakraw is reaching every nook and corner of the country here in India.
Why
Noor
Malaysia?
Azat is taking this game by the scruff of the neck. And he sets up 4 set points for Malaysia.
4 set points for Malaysia. As you said, Norazad taking control. We saw some players having an impact in quads as well. But it looks like the individual brilliance in doubles can have a bigger impact. As Ayman just put it wide, India get a point. So individual brilliance possibly has more scope in a game or a format like doubles.
Well, there's only 2 of you in the team, so if one of them isn't playing well, then all of a sudden 50% of your team isn't performing. And if you've got 2 great players, then that's 100% of your team that's excellent. Excellence at the moment from Noor Azat. The number of spikes he's come up with in that first set, incredible, and it's gone the way of Malaysia, 15-11.
Yeah, baseline. First set win by Malaysia.
A hush falls over the crowd here at the Paliputra Indoor Stadium. Malaysia halfway towards getting their first group win.
Akash and Malin Gamba just having a word with the coaching staff. Remember, they were part of the quad yesterday. Oh, someone's wearing a Virat Kohli jersey here as well. But yes, just talking about the Indian doubles team right now, they've got Malin Gamba and Akash out there in the middle. They were part of the quad yesterday who made a good comeback in the semi-final against Vietnam. and they had won that
Cancel.
second set
Yes,
17-16. So they'll need to channel that energy again here against Malaysia, who were very good and clinical in the first set.
I need to do something about Noor Azad, because he has been the differentiating factor so far in this match. But it's going to be a good battle between 3 and 33. Akash on the one side, Noor Azad on the other.
Point Malaysia.
In different team sports, we talk about matchups as well between individual players, and we can see those undercurrents here in Sepaktakraw, especially in doubles. As you mentioned, a good contest between number 3 and 33, Noor Azad for Malaysia. And then you've got Akash. Both tall players, similar roles for their teams, equally good around the court.
Point India.
But this time it's Malengamba with the spike, and a huge cheer around the crowd as India opened their account in the second set.
That one just bouncing before Adil Aman could pick it up. Oh, it was a beautiful set by Adil Aman. And then a sunback spike from Noor Azad. You'll see there the right foot over the right shoulder as opposed to rolling around. Great anticipation.
2-1.
Serving is going to be a huge factor here, as we see the president of the Sepaktakraw Federation of India, Yogender Dahiya, man who has been instrumental behind the organisation of this World Cup.
A good attempt by a block
Point Malaysia.
by Malengamba. Just a question for you. Earlier we saw Akash Dev and then he tossed it across the net. Should he have set it up?
He was trying to set it up and the set just went over the net. It's the problem you end up taking on when it's doubles. You end up taking on roles that you're not expected to have. You're not usually expected, particularly Akash. He can spike, he can serve. He's not the best defensive player or setter because he's not meant to be. But you have to be incredibly versatile in doubles. You have to be able to do a bit of everything.
Noor Azad just getting a bit of attention. Must have just hurt his lower back a little bit, which is why he's arching his back in that cobra pose. That's the best thing you can do.
He prefers the sunback spike, so right foot over the right shoulder in his case, and you do stretch your back in a different way than you would if you were doing roll spikes. So that might be affecting him there.
Members of the Iranian team.
They were in action this morning and already picked up a victory. 2-0 over Poland.
Ready. 1-3.
Akash to serve. Aman sets it up. Lets it go through. And Noor Azad again. He may have just hurt his back a little bit during the previous rally, but he's up and about again as Malaysia surge forward to 4-1. Here the chants of Vande Mataram, a popular chant all across India. They're hoping that the doubles team
4-1.
more or less emulates what the quads have done yesterday. And this is what Akash is known for. A wonderful, wonderful spike. And that's a point for India. That's a roll spike. You saw Noor Azad actually prefers the sunback spike more than the roll spike. It's interesting because he's also quite tall, and Akash also is tall, and generally the taller players prefer to do the roll spike.
It's what he's more comfortable with, and obviously that's something that he's developed over the years. We'll occasionally see him roll spike, but he's more comfortable with the sunback spike.
5-2.
Puts that out.
Point India.
I think the Indian fans thought it was an Indian point. Actually, that's gone out.
I think it touched Noor Azad on the way through, so it's point for India.
3-5.
Clever play by Noor Azad. Saw the blocks coming and just dinked it over the top.
It's interesting that he just delicately put it past, and sometimes when that happens, the opposition player who's jumping to block, it feels as if he's almost floating in mid-air waiting for the ball.
3.
When you are floating in mid-air, there's nothing you can do. You can't change direction, you can't chase after the ball. And Akash says, anything you can do, I can do better. Gives him a taste of his own medicine.
That's the fault by Malan Gamba. When it comes to being a Tekong in this format, obviously you'd want to target the areas. You've got a wider court now when compared to quads. You'd want to target the areas where the players may have a bit of difficulty to reach. And in the process, you may actually put it wide, just like that. That's 2 in a row, 1 by each team.
Quite often see that servers trying to get the ball as deep as possible. And if it ends up going long, well, at least she gave it a go.
5-7.
Wonderful block by Malan Gamba.
Yes, as India move ahead, it's now 7-6. They're going to challenge. Malaysia are going to challenge. It's a net challenge.
We're going to have a look at the video evidence, see whether Malan Gamba touched the net whilst making that block.
Yes, you can't touch the net at any point. And also, before contact with the ball, no part of your body can go past the net into the other side. Obviously, you're only allowed that in the follow-through. There's Yogendra Singh Dahiya, the man behind the organization of the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 here in Bihar, India. He's also the chief of the Sepaktakraw Federation of India. The ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 has been organized with the great support and encouragement of the Bihar government, the Bihar State Sports Authority and the Khel Vibhag of the Bihar government, alongside the Sports Authority of India and the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. He's My Trip has also played its part in organizing this tournament, and we are very happy to be here in Patna, Bihar.
Challenge unsuccessful. India get the point. And they are inching their way back into this contest, but they need to do it sooner rather than later. Malaysia just 8 points from victory.
Why India?
So the board came up saying not over. They were looking to see whether Malengamba had gone beyond the net in making the block, and it was a judge that he hadn't. India are level.
A good roll spike there by Akash. Didn't hit it very hard, just tipped it over the bar with the corner of his foot. A good serve. But Norazad,
One, Malaysia.
he's placed that well hard and into the ground.
Signalling that there's a little bit of sweat on the court that he'd like to have dried off.
Eight, 7. White, Malaysia.
Norazad puts his hand up because that's an effective block. Just ricocheted off his body onto the Indian side and then trickled down to the floor. Malaysia yet again now with a 2-point lead. But there's a net challenge here by India. There are times when some of these referrals can be a little bit tactical as well, isn't it?
Tactical in that you want to arrest the momentum of the opposite team. These timeouts as well, you can't accumulate them. They expire at the end of the set if you haven't taken them.
Yes, that's true. I remember I was commentating on a different sport and my co-commentator towards the end of the game when it had reached a very exciting phase and there was an option to review and he was screaming at one of the teams saying that you aren't going to take the referral back to your hotel, just take it now. Both managers being called up to the referee's desk. Malaysia retained the point. The Indian challenge is unsuccessful. As the assistant referee will indicate, it was not over.
White, Malaysia.
Pressure is on India. They are chasing this game right now. This is the second set. They lost the first one 15-11.
7-9.
Akash will continue as the Tekong. It's his turn now.
White, Malaysia.
It's been a game of dominance by Norazad right from the first set and it continues. There's another spike by him.
The sets from Adil Aman,
Nine
his
on,
teammates, have
India.
been wonderful. Look there exactly where the ball was for Noor Azad to take. Another timeout being taken. India taking the timeout this time around, but the setting by Adil Aman has been perfect. Close to the net, but not too close. And exactly where his teammate wants it. He has to know how the teammate is going to spike, whether they're roll spikers or sunback spikers. Got to know exactly where they want the ball to be placed, and he's been doing that to perfection.
The teams are back as India chasing the game here.
Malaysia
Malaysia
start.
already into double figures at 10-7, only 5 points away from sealing the deal in this encounter, taking the match. India have got to make things happen. They had made an early change in the first set,
10,
replacing
7.
Ashish with Akash. Malaysia have retained their 2 players so far.
In. White India.
The crowd are going to cheer every Indian point, and in particular every roll spike by Akash to the rafters here in this indoor stadium.
8, 10. White Malaysia.
And it suddenly goes quiet when Norazad executes his spike. And he's been, of course, at it right since the beginning, silencing the crowd with his brilliance. It's not often that India actually wears a yellow jersey, faces another team wearing a blue jersey, and everyone's quiet around the stadium.
White India.
Norazad deciding that the better part of valour is discretion, not going for that ball there. He could have, saw him going for it to begin with and then deciding not to crash into the advertising hoardings or to overextend any of his
9,
muscles.
7.
They're just 4 points from victory here, and it's going to be a long competition, this one. The men's doubles only just started this morning, Saturday morning. 4
White
group games
Malaysia.
for both of these teams, and then semi-finals and finals on Sunday, providing that they finish in the top 2. It's looking very much like Malaysia will if they get the victory here, and then India afterwards. They're going to have their work cut out. They're in a tough group. They'll expect to get victories. They've already got one over Poland and then Chinese Taipei.
9.
But against Vietnam, that's going to be the equivalent of a quarter-final if India lose this one.
Tachi.
Goes off Norazad,
White
has hit him
India.
hard on his net as it deflected off his head and went out. India win the point off that deflection.
Oh, I think it was more than a deflection there. I think it cannoned off his head. He's still rubbing his head, is Norazad.
12.
Doesn't need a wake-up call. He's up and about for the challenge right since the beginning. That's into the net.
Malaysia.
Malankamba just trying to push it, just trying to take the chance.
You aim for the tape, and if you hit it hard enough, it'll have enough momentum to take it over and just die on the other side. But
13, 10.
12-10 down. You probably don't want to be gambling on a tape service. It's now 13-10. Malaysia just 2 points from getting the victory.
Tipped over the bar,
White
gently
India.
done, gently by Akash. Every point is being cheered, but anyone following this game knows that India are behind. There's still pressure. Malaysia only 2 points away from sealing the deal. Now it's Akash to serve. What should he do? Should he take a chance, go for a big one?
30.
Straight down the middle he needs to aim at Malangamba, and then Malangamba ducks, which he does.
White
But Norazad
Malaysia.
is not giving up anything at the net, and that sets up 3 match points for Malaysia.
3 match points, and the captain, Aman, he is going to serve for the match. Pressure on
Back
India.
white. 14, 11.
Malangamba keeps them alive.
hear the loud cheer because the Indian women's team has entered the court number 2 for their game. Mallengamba serve. Norazat, can he finish? Yes. Malaysia have beaten India. Norazat is still down. There weren't any celebrations there, and the crowd has suddenly just gone quiet because Malaysia have taken this match in straight sets. It's 2-0.
Winner team by Malaysia 2-0. Shake hand, please.
Disappointment for India, but delight for Malaysia. India always look to measure themselves against what's pretty much the top 2 in the men's game, Thailand and Malaysia. If they can get a win anywhere, be it in the group stages or in a quarter, a semi or a final, then that's very much a measuring stick for them. Came up short today.
1, 2, 3. क्या गिरा? One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, mic check. Sir, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, mic check. हेलो मेरे को पीए पे मिल रहा है सर मेरे को यहाँ पे पीए पे मिल रहा है 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 माइक चेक 1 2 3 4 5 6
This is the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 and it's day 3. Today, we've got the double event on offer for you. On the first 2 days, we saw the quadrants where Thailand emerged victorious in the men's category and women were victorious in the and where Vietnam were victorious in the women's category. This is live from the Patliputra Sports Complex in Patna, Bihar, and we are glad and happy to be here for this wonderful tournament. this journey moves ahead. Match number 18 is the women's double event, and it's between Poland and Malaysia, Poland and Myanmar.
With every Sepak serve, the intensity only rises. It's day 3 here at Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025, and we are bringing you all the thrill and action live from Patliputra Sports Complex, Patna. Ladies and gentlemen, this team, whenever they come, they kick off with style and make a testament. Let's put our hands together for Team Poland.
Different start there from Poland's women. When their opening group match, they came out and did a Charlie's Angels, and there they squatted down and did some sort of, I don't know, Muay Thai or boxing, but good to see they're enjoying themselves.
There's the starting lineup from Poland. Agnieszka Rybika is the captain, and she's got Agnieszka Mucka with her. And on the substitute bench, they've got Adriana.
And now, let's welcome the queens of the court. Put your hands together and welcome Team Myanmar.
Myanmar, all business. They will be expecting to make it through this group into the semi-finals. Once you're in the semi-finals, you're guaranteed a medal, at least a bronze, and then after that, if you win, you get through to the final, and you can fight it out for gold and silver. Putan, the captain, Mong Zin, be alongside her, and substitute Nin Wai. May well see her come on at some point. Earlier in the day, Poland were involved in their opening group match. They lost 2-0 to Iran. Their men's team also played India, their opening group match, and lost 2-0. Two Agnieszkas on either side, and Adriana in the middle.
Well, in the double event for women, there are 7 teams in total, divided into 2 groups. Group A features Iran, Poland and Myanmar. We're going to now witness the contest between Poland and Myanmar. In Group B, we've got China, France, Japan and India. A few tips from one of the New Zealand players.
Also got the US coach, Jeremy Merkin, who was there as well.
Earlier in the day, we just saw India lose a doubles men's game against Malaysia. Crowd had turned up for that one, but unfortunately were left disappointed. Just for our viewers who've been following us for the past 2 days, this is the doubles event. So only 2 players will be stepping onto court. And we're going to see the action being a lot more faster. The players, they've got to be sort of all-rounders. Not only defend well, but they'll also need to be tekongs alongside, bringing in those spikes and roll spikes. तो दोस्तों, एक बार आपको फिर से बताने के लिए कि अभी आज का जो है वो डबल्स इवेंट है, और इस डबल्स इवेंट में सिर्फ 2 ही खिलाड़ी हर एक टीम में मैदान में उतरेंगे. तो इसके वजह से एक और थोड़ा कोर्ट सा बड़ा सा हो जाता है सिर्फ 2 खिलाड़ियों के लिए. अब तक हमने देखा है कि क्वाड्स इवेंट में कैसे 4-4 खिलाड़ी रहते हैं हर टीम के लिए। तो यहाँ जो मैच का एक पेस होता है वो थोड़ा सा और तेज हो जाता है। मगर अभी पोलैंड और म्यांमार है तैयार, सब्स्टिट्यूट चले गए हैं अपने बेंच पर। हम हैं तैयार यहाँ पाटलिपुत्र स्पोर्ट्स कॉम्प्लेक्स में, पटना बिहार में खेला जा रहा है ये मुकाबला।
Welcome to ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 Bihar, India. My right side, Myanmar. My left side, Poland. Myanmar service.
It's going to be Myanmar to start.
Number. Left. Look all. Point.
It's a good start for Myanmar. The serve was on point. It was a little bit low and couldn't quite save that one there, Poland.
Those of you watching for the first time in doubles at the moment, the way of serving is it alternates from one team to another after every point, and the players, the two players on each team have to alternate as well. So all four players serve one after the other.
Too low. Point Myanmar.
Tried to save that one a little bit too far wide. This is going to be a good experience for Poland coming up against Myanmar, who've got a tradition of producing good Sepaktakraw players.
Myanmar, they've been playing the sport for the past millennium and a half. Poland, probably the last decade and a half. Sports known as Chinlon in Myanmar. Sepaktakraw in Poland, where they've taken the amalgam name that was chosen a little while back. Sepak meaning to kick in Bahasa in Malaysia and Indonesia, and then takraw, the name of the ball that is used in Thai. Two Agnieszkas playing, so I'm going to call them Aggie 5 and Aggie 9. Aggie 5 with the service, and it's a good deep one.
What a header, very well done.
Aggie 9 probably had a little bit more time than she thought to begin with prior to that, and Putan saw her come forward. It ended up being nodded over her.
Set low.
Just tried to get that over Putan, but it hits the net. Maybe just trying to get that line service again that you talk about.
Yes, if you can hit the tape, there's no let. As long as it goes over, well, you're almost guaranteed to win the point. You can obviously play on, but if it doesn't go over, then it's a fault and you don't get a second service. Sunback spike there. Spiking is when you leap up and put the ball away. And sunback spike is right foot over the right shoulder or left foot over the left shoulder. I think we've had a timeout called. It's not come up on the screen yet, but it looks like Poland have taken their timeout.
Timeout to Poland.
Po prostu gramy jak Wietnam w finale mężczyzn wczoraj.
Stop low.
Well, we are back on. Myanmar have taken a solid lead, 7-1. And it's going to be Aggie 5 who's going to start to serve. Seems quite a common name in Poland, because I remember Agnieszka Radwanska, who had reached the women's Wimbledon final one.
Wonderful player Agnieszka Radwanska and her sister Ursula. I should actually use the proper Polish diminutive for Agnieszka, which is Aga. So I'm going to say Aga 5 and Aga 9.
7-1. Point to Myanmar.
Problem for Poland is they've not really got a way of killing off points. Aga 9 there,
1-8.
saving, setting, and then getting the ball back over,
Point
but just
to
with
Myanmar.
chesting it down and then headers. Whereas you can see from Myanmar, these two have been playing this sport for their entire lives. They know how to set the ball up high, get a good spike in there.
Deftly done there by Zin. Don't have to use all the power. This time she just opts to tip it over the bar.
Beautiful slow motion camera angle there as well. You saw her getting the sole of her shoe up there completely flat and just tapping it over. Shame for Poland, even when they thought the point there, it was a very good low service by Aga 9. Point 1, well earned by Poland.
Can see the claps go around. Of course, Poland, not the strongest team, and up against the true powerhouse of the sport. Aga 5 with the serve. That was well saved actually. It was a good attempt. Unfortunately, Poland not able to control that.
I'm absolutely crying out for either of the Polish players to try a spike, either a sunback or a roll spike, because there's many a time there where the ball's been sitting up nicely for them.
Took that deep into the court this time, that serve. But Myanmar seemed to handle everything very well.
Another deft touch with the sole of the shoe over the net, and that sets up 12 set points. The cleverest of drop shots. Poland were expecting a save, a set and a spike, but it ended up being a little drop shot over the net, and Myanmar take the opening set 15-2.
It's 1-0 to Myanmar. ISTAF Sepaktakraw वर्ल्ड कप 2025 का ये डबल्स मुकाबला है, विमेंस डबल्स मुकाबला पोलैंड और म्यांमार के बीच। म्यांमार ने 1-0 से बढ़त ले ली है और काफ़ी आसानी से पहला सेट अपने नाम कर लिया। मैं आपको ये भी याद दिला दूं कि म्यांमार में ये एक ट्रेडिशन रहा है, ये खेल सदियों से खेला जा रहा है अलग अलग रूप में, मगर अभी सेपैक्टैक्राव भी वहाँ पर एक उसकी एक पकड़ बन चुकी है, तो वहाँ पर आपको और बेहतर खिलाड़ी ज़रूर नज़र आएंगे। पोलैंड हाल ही में खेलने लगे, तो इसीलिए ये मुकाबला कुछ इतना उनके लिए मतलब खास होगा नहीं, काफ़ी सीखने मिलेगा, जबकि एक ऐसे मजबूत टीम के सामने ये खेलने आए हैं। So Myanmar won the first set 15-2. Poland, not the easiest one. We didn't even see one spike or roll spike. There was no proper setup. And meanwhile, Myanmar have made a change.
Mong Zin has gone off. Nin Y has come on. Poland still going with Aga 5 and Aga 9. We may see Adriana Markovic on at some point. She took part in the opening group game that they played.
And it continues. Y starts off by getting that point with that touch on the ball.
Alternating services once again. Beautiful little drop shot from Aga 5.
Every point is almost like an event for Poland because it's hard earned. They've fought for every point. So they've really got to take heart from anything that they get out of this game.
Good work from the Poles there, even though they didn't win the point. You could see Aga 9 coming up after she'd served and then backing off because they could anticipate where the ball was going to go. They didn't win the point, but as long as they keep developing as players, that's the main thing.
That point to Myanmar as well. A very well-placed header. And you can see a bit of those influences of other sport as well. Poland, of course, known for football. And just the way Aga 5 and Aga 9 move around the court, you can just sense that influence of football as well.
Aga 9 chose to leave that one there and it just clipped the back of the line. Always agonising when you leave one and watch it float in or touch the line.
That's a really deft header by Y.
Interesting that Myanmar are playing Poland at their own game. So Poland very much kicking the ball over rather than spiking and heading. And Myanmar saying, okay, if that's the kind of Chinlon, the kind of Sepaktakraw you're going to play, then we'll do the same. We're having a substitution for Poland. Aga 9, Agnieszka Szmucka is going off. Adriana Markovic coming on.
Yes, may as well get your other player in to get that kind of experience, because you've got to really look at these tournaments as opportunities to grow. So allow your bench to have that exposure out there in the middle as well. And as soon as she comes in, she's been handed the duties of being a tekong. Again, that's very delicately done by Wai. You said earlier that Myanmar are almost playing Poland's game. We've seen very few attempts at even spiking by Myanmar in this particular set, although there were quite a few of them in the first set.
Point Myanmar.
Might have been a conscious choice from the Myanmar coach, saying, okay, play them at their own game. And it can almost be a training drill, really, for Myanmar,
Point Myanmar.
in the way that any sport that you're training, you can say, all right, for the next 5 minutes, I don't want you to do the following thing. Someone who's very good at some aspect of the sport, your coach will then say, okay, don't do this for the next 5 minutes. You've got to do other things. You've got to score points in a different way. And may well be that Myanmar have decided that they're going to work purely on their headers, because it's something that you don't see that often amongst the Southeast Asian teams. But why not use this as the equivalent of a training drill and really hone your different skills?
9-2.
Yes, that's right. And that's service, just catching Poland off guard right in the middle. And Myanmar now into double figures. Just to discuss what you just mentioned about trying to get those headers in against the more stronger oppositions, they may not get those many opportunities to put in those headers.
You don't see it that often, but in the quadrant earlier in the tournament, obviously you've got twice as many players out there, but we saw Bobby Kumar of India taking a lot of services directly with headers. He was hiding on the other side of the defensive wall and popping up with headers, and he got a good half a dozen of them, winning points that way. So if it's a way of taking the opposition by surprise, then why not use it?
Yes, and we saw a bit of that from Phutowan as well in the final when Thailand came up against Vietnam in the men's quad final. Although Bobby Kumar in that game, more than his spikes, he scored off those headers. Well, a rare blemish on the spike from Myanmar.
They've forgotten how to spike. That's it. Or they've been told they're not allowed to score points from spikes. It's a training drill. And she got halfway there, Putan, and then went, I'm not allowed to score this way, am I? And I'd better pull out. 2 points in a row for Poland. So they've gone past their totals from the first set. Coach Katarzyna, we saw her husband in action earlier for the men.
And Poland hit it into the net, handing Myanmar the point.
I think this point might be replayed. Not quite sure why. But second bite of the cherry for Agnieszka Rybiska. And she gets an ace. No, just long. That's a shame there. Teams have to alternate and players have to alternate on service. So back it goes for Quinn Wai.
Tried to get that over with her foot. It was almost like the setup was there, but Poland just don't have it in their game to bring in those spikes or roll spikes. And now Myanmar have got match point.
10 of them, and the pressure is on Adriana Markovic. There we go. Tapped over, slapped over by Agnieszka Rybiska.
And with that ace, Myanmar have sealed the deal quite easily, 15-2, 15-5. An easy win over Poland. Poland had a slightly better second set, and they can take a lot of heart from this because they were up against a really strong team. So Myanmar win this game 2-0. The teams greet each other, and this is actually a very good opportunity for Poland to come here, meet some of these bigger teams, try and pick up some of those skills. Throughout this game, we did not see a spike from them, so that's a skill that they'd really want to learn moving forward. And the next game, we've got Chinese Taipei taking on India at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 Bihar. It's the men's double event. It's the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025, where the best Sepaktakraw talent from all across the globe comes together. Myanmar put on an absolutely brilliant show against Poland. For Poland, it was a great learning experience coming up against Myanmar, who are one of the established teams. But now we move forward. In the men's double event, we've got India taking on Chinese Taipei.
They craft every move move with skill and resilience. A country with rich cultural heritage. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and please welcome Team Chinese Taipei.
Chinese Taipei making their first appearance in this competition. Didn't feature in the quadrant, so here they are in the doubles. Li Minqi and Ho Yucheng. Tsai Cheng-han is on the bench.
Carrying the dreams with a billion hearts, brimming with pride. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome our home team, Team India!
You can hear Jai Ho playing around the stadium, welcoming the Indian team. Ashish, Akash and Malan Gamba, the trio, only two of them will of course enter the court. They're coming off a defeat against Malaysia. And starting, we've got Ashish and Malan Gamba, the captain. Akash is on the substitute bench, who actually came on early in the game against Malaysia. So we've got to see if they would make that change early today or in this game. I don't think so.
I think it's unfair that the stadium announcer played some quiet music when Chinese Taipei came on and then absolutely put the volume up to 11 out of 10 for India. But that's exactly what you're going to do when it's your home World Cup. Get the crowd behind them.
And also that song is an Oscar winner by A.R. Rahman from the movie Slumdog Millionaire in 2008. So which is why it became extremely popular here in India. Jai Ho. Jai in Hindi or Sanskrit means victory. So in a sense, it's just saying, may you win. And at the same time, you can hear the crowd chant, India jeetega and Vande Mataram, Bharat Mata ki Jai. So all of these are popular slogans across sport, across stadiums, all over India.
So Chinese Taipei find themselves up against A, a very good team, and B, a partisan crowd.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025, Bihar, India. Men double event may be the win on
Be
my
interesting to
right,
see how
India team
Chinese
on my
Taipei
left. Chinese Taipei
evolve
team
here.
first
They,
set. India to
as
serve.
mentioned,
Player
weren't part of the
in.
quadrant events that was held on the first 2 days of the tournament. So they're coming into this doubles event without much game time in their legs, whereas the Indians were heavily involved in the quadrant, made it all the way through to the semi-finals.
Already.
The captain
Love
Malan Gamba will start. And Chinese Taipei start well, just getting it onto Ashish. And on its way down, I think it hit his hand as well. Yeah, there, right there.
One, love.
Not the kind of start that Ho would have wanted. It went under the net.
One.
Again, for Chinese Taipei in a tournament like this, it's got to be a great learning experience. Just as we discussed
One.
about Poland earlier, they're in a group with Malaysia, Vietnam, Poland and India. India get a point.
Maybe India were watching the previous match, which was Poland versus Myanmar in the women, where it was predominantly headers.
India.
And they've realised that that can be a good tactic in doubles. You can quite often have your opposition standing a fair way back, expecting spikes and trying to pick them up when they come over mid-court or towards the back, as we're going to see here. And Ho just goes a little bit long with that one. So if you've got your opponents standing back expecting something to come at them quickly, if you just nod it over the net, then that could be a good tactic.
That's very good to see. Support from Rajasthan to Team India. The word's gotten around everywhere, and they've gotten a good net serve. Ho finally getting it right for Chinese Taipei.
Yes, for those of you maybe watching for the first time, there are no lets in this sport, so if it hits the net, you carry on, and either it goes over or it doesn't. So it's a tactic. You actually aim for the take, and it can be a perfect service.
A good serve by Akash, making his opponent stretch a little bit. By Ashish, rather. Ashish heads that one. Malengamba sets, and the spike. It's gone off Ho, and India get another point.
Right there. 6-2. India.
Again, unable to control that one. Was attempting a save, took his foot, went out.
Timeout's been called by Chinese Taipei.
Thumbs up. Player in.
It says best of luck Team India. Earlier in the day, they lost a game to Malaysia in the doubles event. Puts that far and wide. Well, service seems to be a bit of a challenge here for Chinese Taipei. They've only got one right, which was off the net. That was perfect, but other than that, not much to write home about.
I think it's because they're gambling on service. That was brave there by Ho, putting his face in the firing line. Whereas Malengamba put his foot up there, but fortune favours the brave on that occasion. I think it's because Chinese Taipei think that they need to pick up as many points as they can on service. And of course, as soon as I say that, Lee puts in a very neutral one, just basically getting the ball over. And that gives the opposition, if the opposition's good, then they will save, set and spike. And that's exactly what we saw. Save and set from Malengamba and spike from Ashish.
9-3.
Ashish doing that very well. Ho will now attempt a spike maybe. Oh, that's well saved. And set up. And they finish. The initial... Oh, it's called out.
India.
It just called out.
In.
Line judge called that one out. Well, the point's been given to India, so I presume it's been overruled by the umpire in the chair.
That almost got the referee. Goes into his cubicle. Look at that. Well, if referee is a former player, yeah, he would have been tempted to head that one back into play.
by India.
Just having seen the way Ho tries to spike, he doesn't fall over completely. It's almost as if he's like right there, executes the spike and then lands on both feet. So is that hampering him in some way? Maybe not giving him the momentum to complete the spike?
A perfect sunback spike, you would arch your back a fair bit more and then land almost on all fours, but inverted, so the hands down behind the back.
He saves that one. That's for Ho. This time he lands on his back and he's got the point for Chinese Taipei. This is what he should do more often.
Well, you can't do it all the time. It depends. The set has to be absolutely perfect. So there are times when you want to do a roll spike or a sunback spike and the ball just isn't quite in the right position. So you do half a spike just to get the ball over. That one was a double spike. That was a perfect roll spike.
Perfectly executed, and that's the kind of roll spike that you'd put in the textbook. For all the youngsters here who have come to watch the Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 in Patna, Bihar. Ashish, that's a poor serve, going under the net. The captain of the Chinese Taipei team is now the Tekong.
India.
Another good spike by Ashish. It was very well done.
13-7.
Ashish growing in confidence.
In.
How about that for a service from
India.
Malengamba right down the line? And that sets up 7 set points for the home team.
Set by 7-14.
It was good bit of defensive work by Ho on the net, putting his body on the line as expected, winning that point for Chinese Taipei. Oh, in fact, it's gone straight onto the net.
14-8.
Couple of poor services from Ashish, and of course there's nothing you can do, there's no hiding, because everyone has to take their turn on service.
By India, 15-9 game. On the line.
Ashish has sealed the deal in the first set with that roll spike. 15-9 to India. And they now move towards a second set with the endeavor to seal the match.
15-9, 2 minutes left.
So there we have it. At the end of the first set, it's 1-0 to India.
Second set.
तो भारत ने पहले सेट में जीतकर 1-0 की बढ़त ले ली है यहाँ ISTAF सेपैक्टाक्राव वर्ल्ड कप 2025 में, और ये खेला जा रहा है पटना के पाटलिपुत्र स्पोर्ट्स कॉम्प्लेक्स में। अब चाइनीज ताइपे शुरुआत करेंगे दूसरे सेट की।
India.
A good roll spike to start the second set by Ashish. So far, it seems to be relatively easier for India, but they know that they've got a few sterner tests ahead.
Well, you can only beat the teams put in front of you, and you need to pick up the 2 points every time. Now, Ho has gone off, and he's been replaced by Tsai. I was just about to come out with an Indian joke as well, because Chinese Taipei were playing Ho Li, and they were celebrating Ho Li just a few days late, and then they go and change their lineup.
That's why timing jokes is also important, just like timing the spikes and the roll spikes. Not able to get that header across. And Chinese Taipei getting the lead for the first time in this match, 2-1. Yes, it's early days.
1-2.
But they'll surely feel a little bit better. That's a very good one.
I like the introduction of the substitute Tsai. That was an excellent sunback spike from mid-court. So he had to come a fair way back to execute it.
3-1. India.
There's also a bit of difference in the pace in terms of hitting those spikes and roll spikes. As I say that, Malangamba gets that onto the net. Chinese Taipei with a 4-2 margin actually here. 2 points ahead.
4-2.
The captain Lee taking on the Tekong duties, just locked it across the net. It's set up, and Ashish completes that one.
That's why you see teams gamble on service, particularly in doubles. If you're just going to tap over a neutral service like that, then you're asking it for it to be saved, set and spiked.
The introduction of Sai after the substitution has really injected a bit of life into Chinese Taipei. In fact, if anything, the spiking has been a lot better and more effective.
That was perfect from India, because the ball came back towards them. It was just tapped over the net, and Ashish cleverly saved it, knocked it backwards towards Malangamba, so that he had time to set it perfectly back up for Ashish, and then he put it away to perfection.
Why was he going for that spike? He was almost into the free zone.
That's the problem with the previous point, did everything so well, and you get a load of confidence and you think, I can do anything. I can sit in the third row of the Paliputra indoor sports complex and still spike. Much better spike from the right position.
By 6.
He's used the header to good effect. Malangamba that time. Because Lee was so far out into the free zone. The other half of the court was wide open. An easy finish. This time, Ashish was very deft. Just puts that across the net. Hasn't used his power.
3 points in a row for India. They were, in fact, it might even be 4 points in a row. I think there were 3 points adrift, and they've turned things around.
And that's one more point to India. Ashish doing an effective job on the net early in that rally. Could have been tempted to maybe just try and put it across the net, but instead opted to help with the setup. And then Malengamba eventually assisted him. A good block, but it's taken a very good deflection and gone past the baseline.
6 points in a row lost by Chinese Taipei, and they've called for their timeout.
As Chinese Taipei called for that timeout, India just having a word with their coaches. Having lost 6 points in a row, it was only appropriate that Chinese Taipei called for that timeout as India get ready to serve.
9-6.
Each team 1 1-minute timeout per set.
In. Point Chinese Taipei.
Left that one and it cannoned into his off stump.
Yes, they thought that it's going to sail over the baseline, but just landed inside. Malengamba with the setup and Ashish into the net.
India.
Oh wait, I think it's point to India.
Into the net and over. It's one of those where he hit it with enough momentum. We'll see it here. It'll hit the tape, and it almost went below the tape, but he hit it with enough power to fold the tape over and for the ball to creep over the other side. Risky, but it's impossible to play against.
India.
Yes, it's risky, and from where we are sitting, I was just watching the action down there, and it felt as if it had landed on the Indian side.
It's obviously not something that you would aim to do. You wouldn't aim to hit it just below the tape and hope that it creeps over, and it's very difficult to judge exactly where you're hitting the ball when you're in mid-air and upside down. But it is always a good ploy to aim for the tape, and if you hit it hard, then the tape will catch it and just spit it out over the other side.
Ashish finds the net. Chinese Taipei have won 9 points so far, equaled their tally from the first set.
Well, Ashish was doing exactly what we were talking about there. He aimed for the marathon logo on the tape. Didn't quite come over that time.
This time he finds the net again, and for the first time in this match, Chinese Taipei into double figures with 10 points, and the deficit between them and India is only 1 point.
Needs a good service here.
Taipei.
Wow, that's good work. Very good work by Chinese Taipei. That finish was fantastic.
Oh, Coach Hemraj here, or assistant coach Sharma, I'd have called a timeout for India. It's 11 all.
India.
Gets away with that. It was a very good spike from what wasn't the best of sets. He had to reach for that one, Ashish, but he did very well.
It just amazes me how he changed
So well.
his position mid-air.
He seemed to, he seemed to follow the ball mid-air, didn't he?
That's point.
12 all,
Taipei.
that one, I think, touched. Not sure which player it was. It was touched Malingamba on the way over. On the scoreboard updated, and it is now in favour of Chinese Taipei. First to 15, a reminder, if we get to 14 all, then it becomes first to 17.
That was a good rally. Chinese Taipei fought hard, and that spike by Sai was actually saved very well by Malingamba, and he set it up for that eventual spike by Ashish. Good competitiveness.
A great rally.
So well.
You'd almost say that both teams deserved a point out of that one, but it's India who get it. They've got their noses in front.
That hit Sai as he tried to block that one. And now, India move up to 14, which means it's match point.
Match point. So well.
Match point,
14.
and it's on the service of Chinese Taipei, so India can save, set and spike.
Finds the net. India have got to wait.
Well, they've got to wait, and now it's on their own service. So they need a good service here from Ashish. Otherwise, all of a sudden, it's 14 all, and we're going back to first to 17, and India don't want that.
And that's the service that India needed. And they have taken this match 15-9, 15-13. While it's a victory in straight sets, you've got to give credit to Chinese Taipei. In the second set, they fought hard and they made India work very hard for that win.
Did make India work hard. That was a great final service from Ashish, curling away from his opponent on an absolutely crucial point. Showed no nerves whatsoever. Well done, Ashish.
India win this 2-0 in the doubles event at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. Chinese Taipei can definitely take heart from their performance here, especially the way they fought hard in the second set. And the action continues. If the men's quadrant semi-final was any indication, Thailand versus Myanmar is also going to be an absolute cracker. ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 here in Patna, Bihar. India won against Chinese Taipei in straight sets in a game that showcased India's talent. Ashish was clinical. Chinese Taipei fought hard, particularly in the second set, but in the end, India were just too good. This caravan moves forward and I'm really excited for this game. It's Thailand versus Myanmar in the men's double event.
Relentless, fearless and full of fire, these two teams have been at the prime of their form. Now today, who will keep us at the edge of our seats? We're gonna find out soon. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome Team Thailand.
Look at that, a huge height discrepancy between young Putawan, who's going to be the one at the net, and the diminutive veteran captain Rachan. Tawisak Tongsai at the back, all smiles, all grins with his headband.
Yesterday in the men's quads event, we saw Putawan and Rachan put in good performances, and I'm really looking forward to seeing both of them turn it on here.
Hailing from where Sepaktakraw runs in their blood. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Team Myanmar.
They're a little bit late joining the ISTAF fold. Myanmar, one part of the first World Cup in 2011 in the Titiwangsa Stadium in Kuala Lumpur, but once they got involved, they've been mixing it with the best. We saw that in the quadrant event where they pushed Thailand all the way. Shein Wanazao and Ong Myo Kiao are going to be the two starting this time around. Zhao Min Kant on the bench. All three of those involved in that quadrant team that took a bronze medal and came so close to getting past Thailand in the semis. I'm personally surprised that Tawisak Tongsai hasn't been involved. He was barely involved in the quadrants. He was on the bench. He's on the bench again here. Really looking forward to seeing him in action at some point very soon. Thailand not part of the Regu either. Countries here entering 2 out of 3 possible events. So you have doubles, Regu, which is the three-a-side, and the quadrant. So Thailand, for the men at least, this is their last chance of getting a gold, and I'd like to see Tawisak Tongsai, the number 4, just leaving the court. I'd like to see him involved sooner rather than later.
In one of the games of the tournament yesterday, Myanmar ran Thailand really close in the men's quadrant. If they can replicate that spirit here, this match will be one to watch out for. Rachan Vipan and Putawan, and actually I must say that Putawan is one of my favorite players in the tournament because he was dominant and brilliant yesterday, particularly during the final.
So tall, and you saw him warming up there, doing those high kicks, and he's almost got rubber limbs, that flexible, and you'll see him stretching those long limbs all the way across the top of the net to try to block the spikes that Wanazao will be trying to put against them.
Wanazao and Myo Kao, they are the two players for Myanmar, with Myo Kao being the captain. And he's going to start proceeding, being the first Tekong in this game.
Wow, how about that for a first point? Saved perfectly by Putawan, and he sends it back to Rachan, giving Rachan enough space to put up a perfect set for Putawan, and that executed to perfection.
A loopy serve by Rachan, and what a block by Putawan. Once again, Putawan early in this match showing both his set of skills.
It's what we mentioned, the fact that he's got those long limbs and he can stretch them out over the top of the net almost. He can almost, without jumping, the net's 1.55 m and his legs are that long, he can almost stand there on his left leg and stretch out the right leg and make the net that bit higher. Let's see what he's like from behind the baseline.
And Myanmar get their first point. A spike by Wunazao.
I like his service, Putawan, even though it didn't get the point. It's a real Tekong-like service from the Regu game, where the ball is tossed up for you and then you hit it from very high because you're in mid-court on the circle that you can see on your screen there. That's where you serve from in the Regu, the three-a-side game, and that's the kind of style that Putawan has got.
4-1.
Rachan Vipan, the Thai captain, get that ball over Putawan.
Similar service from Rachan. He takes a little bit of a run-up, but then delivers a Regu Tekong style service.
And just a reminder for our viewers that after you complete your service, both your feet need to be behind the baseline. So the Tekong has to be very mindful of that. You've got about 3 meters to play around with that, the distance between the baseline and the advertising hoarding. So you can use that area as a Tekong.
Almost like in tennis, the server decides, no, I don't want this ball, I want a different one.
Point. Myanmar.
Should have stuck with the first one.
I think he was just trying to get it off the net. It was a lot more flatter, angling towards the net, but just got too much of the net there.
5.
Myokwai gets it over. Vipan with the setup, and Putawan gets that spike in and the point for Thailand.
Wasn't a perfect set, which is why you can see Rachan having a bit of a smile. You can see there that Putawan was a little way back, but he's that tall that he can make up the distance between mid-court and the net so easily just by stretching out. As he does again there, and that was perfectly done. The ball came across quite quickly to Putawan, and he didn't try to nod it back straight over the net. He nodded it backwards to Rachan, who was then able to set perfectly for him.
So in this men's doubles event game between Myanmar and Thailand, Thailand are leading 7-3. Not the kind of start that Myanmar would have wanted, but once again, Rachan Vipan and Putawan showing their class. Post the timeout, just into the net. Again, are you a bit surprised that they went for the timeout just before their serve? Or just thinking that, okay, let's break their momentum?
It's not purely, it's often used to break momentum if someone's on a run of, if one team's on a run of points, but also the fact that Myanmar was struggling, and you have to try to work out, the coach has to try to tell his players what to do, how to counteract the brilliance of Putawan at the net and try and keep him out of there. Another way of doing that is by making a substitution. So it would appear that Shane Wanazao is going off, and Ong Myo Kyo he's already on, and Zhao Min Kant is coming on.
3-9.
Let's see if this change works for Myanmar.
Point, Thailand.
Thailand celebrate that point, and they've moved to 10. The clear 7-point lead.
10-3.
Just inside. For a moment, Myanmar thought that may have just gone over.
Point, Myanmar.
A lot of court to cover when you're playing doubles, when you're defending doubles.
That was a good block. And Putawan can't really stop that man machine, can you?
Server.
Block him once and he'll just come right back at you.
11-4.
Look at that, did not deviate from the straight. Rolled absolutely perfectly.
Point, Myanmar.
That was good by Min Kant.
Looked good since he's come on, served well. A couple of spikes.
Served very well actually, and he's got a different style when compared to his teammates while putting in the serve. Off the net, and Putawan not able to save that one, deflects off his foot and goes past the advertising hoarding.
11.
Difficult to get your foot in the right position when it hits the tape and deviates.
You barely have time to react when that happens. That's a good one. Min Kant continues to build on the confident start that he got after coming on and replacing Wanazao.
Sunback spike, and he kept it away from the leg of Putawan, put it onto his body so that it would come off at an awkward angle.
Point, Myanmar.
That was beautifully done. Min Kant showing a range of skills. This time, jumps
11.
and just helps it along.
11-5 suddenly becomes 11-8. Over the net, says Putawan, and they're saying that Min Kant leant over the net to perform that header.
Challenge net.
Myanmar challenging, so the point has gone the way of Thailand. It hasn't been put up yet, that point, but the point, as things stand, is going to be awarded to Thailand for, I think it was Myo Kiao leaning over the net.
Just as a reminder for our viewers that around the net, when any player jumps, he or she, they are not allowed to go over the net into the opponent's side before making contact with the ball. In your follow through, that is after you make contact, you can of course go over the line, but that is only after you've made contact with the ball on your side of the net. This referral is taking longer than I expected.
Obviously a close one. The referee and the net judge on the other side of the net from the referee have given it in favour of Thailand, saying that Myanmar encroached over the net, so there needs to be enough evidence to overturn that.
They've now called on both the managers. Gosh, I really want to see this in football someday. The referee calling both the managers to the VAR desk.
I don't think you do want to see it in football, because the arguments that would set off, and it'd be never ending. They'd argue the toss and you would never start play again. Myanmar get the point. So Kant didn't encroach, it turns out. And that's 4 points in a row for Myanmar now. Going to be 11-9 once this ticks around. It was 11-5. Not over as in the player's head was not over the net.
Let the point.
Four points in a row since the substitute came on.
Ready? Nine.
Thailand had been leading 9-3, 11-5. New complexion on this set.
Putawan deep into his court and gets it powerfully into Myanmar's court.
The advantage of him having the height that he does, he's by the Tekong circle, almost behind it, and so athletic. Beautiful camera shot as well.
Yes, you spoke about height. It's one of the few times that we see someone get that so beautifully from the middle of the court rather than near the net.
Because he can take it high, and he's got the height, so he can take it higher, and there's enough of an angle for him to get it over the net and down, as opposed to being that far back where you've got to get it up and down.
It was a powerful one, but it was so powerful that it went past the baseline. Min Khan hasn't done a lot wrong since he's come onto the park.
13-10.
Almost get that spike-like serve in. And Putawan is the Tekong. That works.
Beautiful block by the youngster, stretching out a long leg and setting up 4 set points for Thailand.
And the pressure is on Myanmar because they've got the serve now. Trailing by 4 points. Easily done. When the ball is in his park, he'll hit it onto the opponent's park.
Change side.
Brilliant work by Putawan to save the ball and knock it backwards towards Rachan, who could then put it forwards for Putawan then to put away. The fact that he manages to save the ball and knock it backwards every time, perfect. Thailand take the first set 15-10.
when Rachan,
Second
Vipan
set,
and
Thailand
Phutowan
to serve.
are on the court, you know that Thailand
Ready,
will be
Myanmar.
eyeing domination. Well, they've dominated most world events at the Sepaktakraw
Love, all.
World Cup and the ISTAF series as well. But here we go, the second set against Myanmar.
In. Point. Myanmar.
Talked about Tawisak Tongsai
One
earlier, who's
love.
on the bench for... Oh, that just clipped the line. On the bench for Thailand as he was in the quadrant. They're quite merciless, the Thais. If they've decided that they're going with a certain lineup, they're not going to give everyone game time just for the sake of it. So it may well be that we don't see Tawisak.
Min Khan, after he blocked that one,
Love.
a bit of chatter around the net. We saw a lot of that when the women from the two countries faced each other in the final of the quads.
Out.
This time Phutowan
Point,
gets it across.
Myanmar.
That's another point. A good start to this set by Myanmar. They're up 3-0. And again, we just saw Min Khan coming up to the net,
3.
just telling the
love.
Thai what he feels. What a rally! It all started with a brilliant serve by Min Khan. The retrieve by Rachan Vipan was equally good.
Over.
And there's the finish. Min Khan deserved to finish that one
Love.
because he had started
4.
the sequence of events with a brilliant serve.
Thailand suddenly in a bit of trouble here. 4-0 down, serving. Oh, they could maybe have left that one as well. But why leave it if you're sure that you can save set and spike? 5 points in a row.
Ready?
Are we going to see Thai coach Supnaloek having to take a timeout?
Number 4.
Maybe a couple more points. Maybe. Wouldn't want to press the panic button so soon.
5. Love.
Meokwai with the serve. Save, set and spike. All
Thailand.
courtesy one man, and that's Phutowan.
Thailand finally on the board.
5.
Phutowan it is now. He's had the last 3 touches. It's going to be 4 in a row.
Point.
Wow.
Myanmar.
Min Khan has just injected life into this game. He was very good in the first set, and just after the break, he's just come out looking a
6.
lot better.
1.
Wonder what the coach told him.
Could have gone one way or the other with that sunback spike. Oh, and a tape service.
Myanmar.
We were all gushing over Phutowan in the first set, but in the second, it's been Min Khan all along.
And a timeout has indeed been called by Thailand.
It's 7-1 to Myanmar. Myanmar seem to have turned up for the second set with different energy. And the fuel behind that energy has been that man on the left, Min Khan. He's been spiking, he's been serving, he's been blocking, he's been all over the court.
If anyone can turn it around, it's Thailand. But the thing is, they've got to score 14 points before Myanmar get merely another 7.
I've really enjoyed the way Min Kant has turned up for the second set. Yes, he was good in the first one, but just the body language, it seems a lot more aggressive, in your face at times as well on the net.
The serving's been wonderful. They've worked out where to serve. Putawan's doing very well. They're firing it basically just below his head, so he's going a long way down, cushioning it, trying to send it backwards so that Rachan can set for him. But it's very difficult to do when the ball comes at your head. You can either just bang it back forwards, but trying to cushion it, send it upwards, take the pace off the ball as well. It's a very difficult skill. 9-1.
9-1. Interesting to see both the Myanmar players standing very close to each other. Putawan gets that onto the net. And can you believe it? Myanmar have surged forward to 10, and Thailand have got the solitary point so far in this second set. What a turnaround for Myanmar. But now it's about finishing.
1.
How do you finish from here? Don't get tentative. Continue to keep that energy and aggression. And Min Kant with that serve. And Putawan gets the second point for Thailand. Min Kant continues to serve well though. Look at that airtime when he's trying to block that one. Min Kant again.
Myanmar.
Well, we used to talk about Michael Jordan's airtime when he used to play the NBA. But look at Min Kant here.
11-2.
Thailand absolutely need to win this point on reception of service, and then they need to start winning on their own service. That's been the problem for them in this second set. Myanmar managed to find out a way of serving which won them a few points, stole a few points on service, which you don't expect to get. Thailand now need to come up with some miracles on their own service.
Point. Myanmar.
On the net again.
Ball, please.
This time use the sole of his foot.
Ball.
Ricochets off Putawan and onto his own court.
12-3.
Much along the lines of the men's quadrant four-a-side semi-final. It looks as if Thailand will take the first set, Myanmar the second, and then it's anyone's guess as to who will dominate the third. Thailand were 8-7 down in the third and deciding set when they changed ends, and then ended up winning it 15-12. They find themselves 4-12 adrift here.
Into the net. Didn't get that across. I've also got to ask you about the Thai resilience and spirit, because you watch so many tournaments and Thailand just seem to know a way to come back in games, isn't it?
13.
They're not going to come back in this set, I don't think. I think they've already put it behind them. They've already put this one to bed, and they'll be concentrating on the third set.
Point.
Good attempt at blocking that one, but goes off Min Kant and off court.
Ready?
The substitution made in the first set by Myanmar
5,
proving
13.
fruitful so far, because Min Kant has really injected life into this match. Good low header, sets that one up and gets it wide.
Point.
Used the outside of his foot, thought he'd go for the vacant area.
Ready?
Right idea, wrong execution.
13-6.
He can see where Putawan's coming and tried to put it away from him.
Point.
So 2 in a row for Thailand. Rachan has struggled a little bit on service this set,
7-13.
but if anyone can step it up when it's at its most important, it's him.
Point. Myanmar.
The block goes wide, and it's 7 set points for Myanmar.
Ready? Game point 14-7.
Myokoi serving for the set.
Point.
Myanmar have leveled things here against Thailand. They take the second set 15-7. And what an inspiring comeback. Thailand won, Myanmar won.
Both teams will get through in their group anyway. Late 1970s. Enough over recent years. James Bowles. Swearing all the time for no reason.
This match is living up to expectations. Thailand won, Myanmar won at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 here in Bihar. And the first set was taken by Thailand, and we felt that it's going to be one-way traffic. In the second, Min Kant in particular turned up and said, hang on, wait a minute. There's still a lot more Sepaktakraw to be played in this match.
So we're into a third and final set. It's still first to 15, and if it's 14-all, first to 17, the only thing to bear in mind is we will change ends once the leading team gets to 8. So always a psychological battle. Who's going to be in front at the change of ends?
That's where actually Thailand really turned it around in the men's squad, isn't it? Where they were trailing at the changeover in the third set. But once that changeover was done, it felt like a different Thai team turned up. Min Kant gets that spike in, looks towards his Thai opponents. I like this aggression. This is exactly how the Vietnamese women played against the Thai women yesterday in the final. They were just so in your face. Of course, you don't want to cross a line, or the net, of course.
Point. Thailand.
Whereas the Thais, Puthawan puts the ball away and then turns around to his coach. They celebrate amongst themselves. I think we need to see something different from Puthawan on service. He's just putting the ball over. I do like his action, but it's not proving to be very effective. It's enabling Myanmar to save set and spike far too easily. He needs to try something different.
In doubles, since both players have to serve, it's also important for them to have variations in serves, right? And that's blocked by Min Kant. Myanmar get that point, and you can see the energy. We can almost feel it up here in the commentary box. All eyes on court number 1 because Thailand and Malaysia are producing another fantastic contest. And it looks like Thailand have challenged this.
It was a net challenge. I'm not sure how they think either Myanmar player either touched the net or went over the net. I'm intrigued here.
Just to explain to our viewers once again, Thailand are just appealing it's a net challenge, just figuring out whether the player has gone over the net. A bit like those offside calls with DAR, isn't it?
I'm trying to work out what exactly they're challenging, because neither Myanmar player was near the net, so they couldn't touch it, they couldn't have gone over it. They're saying the ball went under it. So no one went over the net, so I'm absolutely baffled by that challenge, as are those three people in the crowd.
Sometimes the emotions get the better of you. You just want to challenge in the heat of the moment, not think it through. And signs of pressure as Rachan Vipan starts off, headed by Minkant. Minkant again, and gets another point off Phutowan. It was into Phutowan's body and goes down onto court. The third set has also started very well for Myanmar.
2 points clear. They've got that 2-point buffer. So regardless of what happens on their own service, even if it goes into the net like that, they're still in the lead. Thailand need to get a point on service. We've been looking at Phutowan's service and saying that it's not really posing any problems for Myanmar. Is he going to try something different? Setting up a little more towards the middle of the court, but still going out wide.
Point Myanmar.
Got to try something different on service here.
At the moment, Minkant very dominant around the net as his captain heads back to perform the Tekong duties. Just over, takes the net. That's set up for Minkant, and he gets another point.
Myanmar.
He angled it towards Rachan Vipan. Myanmar taking their lead further.
I know a call from earlier, but this is where we need to see Tawisak. There he is. He needs to come on here because they need to do something different. Phutowan has not been able to block. He just can't get a decent block in against Minkant. And his serving's been letting him down a little bit. So, for me, Thailand really need to make a change here. I know it's only the group stages, and they think they can afford to drop a game in the group stages and still make the semi-finals. But I'd be very keen on bringing on Tawisak at this stage.
When we talk about doubles, and particularly what are the matchups, it's of course a matchup between Minkant and Phutowan. If you compare the margins, then Minkant has surely gotten the better serves in, and which is why Myanmar are in front.
Point Thailand.
Well, I can see Tawisak warming up. I don't know if it's purely to send out a little message to his coach, or if he's been told to warm up, or maybe he's listening to this on a live stream.
Myanmar.
This time with the header, Myanmar are 4 points clear. I've just liked the range of skills that Minkant has shown, and now there'll be a change of ends.
Huge psychological advantage to change ends with twice as many points as your opponent. We've said before, if anyone can overcome deficits, it's Thailand, but you don't want to keep digging yourself a hole. And they really have dug one here.
Point.
A good service by the Myanmar captain. His opposite number unable to keep that in play. And that lead extends. They've won a point of their serve. They are 9-4 ahead, making things tougher and tougher for Thailand.
So much so that Thailand have called a timeout.
Thailand having a crisis meeting. It's the third set. They are trailing 9-4 and we can see that they are ready to make a substitution. Tavisak is ready around the referee's desk and it looks like he will replace Futowan here.
Ready?
It's the one I've been calling for a while, and I fear it might be too little too late.
Ready, Thailand.
But let's see what they can do. They've got to try something. You've got to draw the sting of Min Kunt. Min Kunt, the number 3 for Myanmar, has been absolutely dominating.
Point. Myanmar.
The Myanmar domination continues as they move to 10 points. If you were saying they should have got him out earlier, maybe in the second set?
10-4.
Well, you assume that Thailand were going to put the second set behind them and come out all guns blazing in the third.
Point.
And I'd probably have made a change before the change of ends when it was getting away from them, when I think it was around 6-3 in favour of Myanmar.
Ready?
Even just a few points into the third and final set, when you can see that Putawan just wasn't getting the services in and wasn't getting the blocks in.
Point.
That's very well done.
Tawisak, a different kind of player. He's left-footed as well, so it means there's something else for Myanmar to have to contend with on service, even though it's only 1 point in 4.
Point.
Tavisak gets that point, and as you said, he's left-footed, so you'll see different angles created by him on the serve and with those spikes as well on the net.
6-11.
Which is something else to think about, particularly on service, because it's coming at you at a different angle all of a sudden. Obviously, players are... It's not as if there's only one left-footer in the entire world. They will have practiced against left-footers, particularly in the Thai league. Myanmar a little less so, but there's still plenty of left-footers that they play against. But it just changes you, and even if it only takes you 2 or 3 points to adapt to it on service, it's still 2 or 3 points that you've lost. But they've just won one there on a tape service, and that is absolute worth its weight in gold for them at the moment. Just as Thailand had won a point on their own service and then a tape service there, well, what are they challenging here? So the point had gone the way, it was a tape service, but the points had been given to Thailand. Myanmar challenging that. Was a foot fault called, because the ball hit the tape and then went over.
Both managers called to the referee's desk.
Huge point, this one. Myanmar currently only 4 points adrift and 4 points away from winning this match, and it looks like it's not going to go the way of the Thais.
Myanmar get that point. It actually looked quite all right to me at first glance on the court. And the assistant referee confirms no fault. Myanmar surge ahead.
No fault. Point.
Rachan Bipan though has approached the referee.
Well, if it's already been challenged and looked at on video, then there's not a lot that you're going to be able to...
Point Myanmar.
That looked all right, didn't it?
Seven. 12.
The lefty service of Tawisak into the net. That's the problem as well. He's come in cold. He's just had to wait for about 3 minutes for his next service.
That's the challenge in doubles, isn't it? That a player has been sitting for far too long, has to come on, and he's got to be a tekong. In doubles, you can of course play around with the others, and you don't have to use your substitute as a tekong. Tawisak gets the point.
Point. Thailand.
That was a well-executed spike on the net.
Yes, in quadrant and regu, you have set servers, set tekongs, and you can alternate if you like, but you don't have to. But in doubles, you do.
Wonderful, beautiful, and Min Khan has to be the player of the match, as Myanmar now have got match point.
They've got half a dozen of them.
Match point 40.
The first one is going to come on Min Kant's service, and you wouldn't back against him, putting in a great one, and oh, just long. I think he wanted to go out in a blaze of glory there.
He gave it everything, trying to get that serve in.
I think it's Tawisak setting up to serve, and I think it's actually Rachan who should be serving.
Yes.
And Myanmar have called a timeout.
We head back into court with Myanmar in control, on match point, as Tawisak gets ready to serve.
9-14.
Myanmar have beaten Thailand in the men's doubles game here. They lost the first set 15-10, made a comeback in the second in a dominant way, 15-7, and have taken it home in the third with a margin of 15-9.
It's a huge win for Myanmar. Thailand now are going to have to beat Indonesia if they want to make it through to the semi-finals.
This is the winning moment. it's fitting that it was Min Kant who got it, because he was the man who changed the complexion of the game. Brought in as a substitute early in the first set. The coach sensed that that was the change that was needed for Myanmar, and he was the difference between the two teams. The action continues at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. Coming up next is the women's doubles event match between India and Japan. A game that lived up to its reputation. Myanmar beat Thailand in what was a three-setter. Putowan started very well. He's a star from Thailand. But Myanmar bounced back in style, courtesy Min Kant, who was brought on as a substitute. He leapt in the air, put it across, showed a range of skills as Myanmar took that three-setter and celebrated victory. The ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 continues to produce thrilling contests, and we've got one more lined up for you in the women's double event, Japan versus India.
Just when you think you've seen all the moments on the court, Sepaktakraw continues to deliver more flabbergasting moments. And ladies and gentlemen, this upcoming game promises to be one coming from the land of the rising sun. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Team Japan.
The women from the land of the rising sun enter the arena with hopes of making a good impression at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. But they are not only up against an Indian team, but also a supportive crowd. Japan, they are led by Toriumi Chinatsu, and Makio Nagisa will be on the park. The substitute is Kiyosawa Yumi.
Upbeat and consistent, where every heartbeat echoes. Jai Hind. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome our home team, Team India.
That cheer is predictable, isn't it? And the three women from India, Lerin Tombi, Priya and Menunu, walk onto the park. We saw some of them, in fact all of them, during the quad event. Priya was on the bench for the semi-final, but a lot of hopes for India in this doubles encounter against Japan. I'm particularly looking forward to seeing Priya play. Drew, here's the lineup.
Lerin Tombi, the captain. She is very, very accomplished from behind the line when it comes to serving. Priya up front and Menunu potentially to replace Priya. They're going to be the two that dominate at the net. Obviously, everybody's got to do a bit of everything when it comes to doubles.
It's good to see that they're starting with Priya. She had made quite a good impression during the group stages in the quads event. A bit of a huddle before we begin. An interesting huddle for India because they get the Sepaktakraw ball right in the middle and they gather around it, say a bit of a prayer.
Japan, coached by Chiharu Yano, always got a big smile on her face. She's a former player, went through the university system in Japan and is now passing on her knowledge to the younger generation. Same with the men's game. Takeshi Terashima is the men's coach. He's about the same age as Chiharu. And the pair of them came through the ISTAF system, making their debuts on the ISTAF stage at the 2011 World Cup in Kuala Lumpur, and played all of the ISTAF Super Series events from 2011 through to 2015. And now it's wonderful to see them taking up coaching roles.
Yes, it's always important that some of the past players come forward, help the next generation, take the sport forward, especially in Sepaktakraw, which continues to find its feet across the world in different countries. And this World Cup has been fantastic. A great platform.
Bihar, India.
These teams find themselves in a small group. They're pretty much guaranteed to get through to the semi-finals. So this is to see who finishes top of the group and who you play in the semi-finals. Group A has Iran, Myanmar and Poland, so it's Iran and Myanmar getting through there. Myanmar are going to top the group, so whoever wins this match will avoid Myanmar in the semis. Will have to face Iran, and either of these teams would fancy their chances against Iran in a semi-final, which will enable them to get through to the final. So a lot at stake here. India will be very keen to win this match, even though they've already qualified for the semis.
A strong start by Japan there. That spike was well finished by Makio Nagisa into the open area as both the Indian players were on the left side. This time Makio Nagisa finds the net and India are away, open their account with that point. I don't think we need to say that because all our viewers will be able to hear the cheer that goes up.
1-all.
Fans making a lot of noise here in the
Japan.
Paliputra Stadium. Rather negative serving from both of the Japan players. Neither Makio nor Toriumi have very much on service. They're just putting the ball over the net and letting India take care of it and taking their chances from there, whereas India have Leritonbi, who has a genuine service.
Makio Nagisa once again effective on the net. This time didn't hit it powerfully. With deft touch, got it across. We spoke about Leritonbi, and she was also the tekong for India in the quads quite regularly.
Out. Point India. Three all.
Priya tekong gets it onto the net. Toriumi Chinat. With the header there. This time India get the point.
Leritonbi's very good at serving. She needs to get her sets a little bit better. She's not setting the ball perfectly at the moment for Priya. They're getting away with it at the moment.
Tried to block that one, Priya, but that's gone off the court. Toriumi Chinat will now come up to serve for Japan.
5-4.
It's just been so interesting to see the different dynamics of services in the doubles event. Priya will be wanting to finish that. Oh, Japan get that point. Off their own service. And as they build their lead, winning a point of a service, of your own service that is, such a psychological boost.
6. Point Japan.
Japan edging away with this at the moment. Not what India would have wanted.
A very good start by Japan, and the fact that they've won a few points of their own serve,
4.
that's actually really helped them.
Clever service there out wide.
Point Japan.
Leritonbi's not getting the sets up. She's the one playing at the back. Having said that, that was actually where it needed to be for Priya. Maybe a tiny little bit higher, but nothing too bad with that.
A good header. Makio Nagisa has put in a couple of spikes earlier. This time gets that header in, and it was really low for Priya. The serve this time though by Leritonbi was a lot better than what it was earlier in this set.
Good spike from Priya. That's what they needed.
What a block. Priya served, ran up to the net, got into position and timed her jump really well. Off her head and inside the Japanese court.
It's painful putting your body on the line, but if you win the point, then the buzzing and the pain dies off very quickly.
Leritonbi tried to retrieve that, did a good job, but it wasn't in a position where Priya could have done something with it.
It was neither nor. Now, we're going to see a substitution, and Priya's coming off, Menunu's coming on. It's a bit of a shame. It's Lady Tombi who is the one who hasn't really stepped up to the plate as far as I'm concerned thus far, but they can't really change her. They've got 2 attacking players and just the 1 defensive one. You've only got 1 option on substitute.
Nagisa, she's been very good at the net. The good part about the Japanese performance today is both players so far have contributed well. In some of the other games, we've seen one of the players really stand out, but for Japan, both have contributed. Menunu, that's a good start for her with that spike, getting that point for India as the tricolours go up.
Well, she set that one up for herself. So she knew exactly where she wanted it. That one clips the line. And a bit of a shame as far as Japan are concerned. Makio letting that one go out, she thought, and it landed in. But that's what India need at the moment. They need to pick up points like that. They need to pick up a point on this service here as well. They need a good save, set and spike.
Nagisa has served that. And there it is. Menunu gets that save, set and spike complete with that one. Lady Tombi a little bit off with the serve game today, headed by Nagisa. Nagisa again. Has that gone out wide? Yes, it's gone Japan's way. 12-9. Just inside the line. Yes, inside the baseline. That was a very well placed spike. Menunu finds the net. The crowd almost builds in excitement and anticipation as they feel every spike will be converted well.
Do you believe a timeout has been called? Yes, it has, by India.
A lot to think about for India. They've already made the change. They've got Menunu in and Priya has gone out. But Japan are in a commanding position of sorts. It's been a good performance for them by Nagisa and Chinach. Proper teamwork, and that's what India too will have to show. In the previous men's encounter, we saw one of the players steal the show. That happens in doubles events, yes. But now India, they've got to find a way to work their way back in this match.
A little bit of luck there. I think that service was going wide. India get away with one there.
Nevertheless, a point of their own serve.
I think Toriumi should have let that one go out, but it's always difficult. It wasn't way out, but be that as it may, that's another point for India. They need every point they can possibly get at the moment. They're not that far behind. Get a point here on Japan's service, and all of a sudden they're going to be very close.
It's going to be Nagisa who's going to serve now. Menunu.
The point's been given India's way. Bit of debate there as to whether the ball did indeed go over the net, whether it was blocked. But the net judge gave it the way of India. We'll see it here.
Nagisa jumped up, but no, it's clearly landed on her side and gone out.
Huge point now.
What a block! Menunu has just taken that point courtesy this good block, and as you said earlier that this is a very important point, and India have got that, and we've got a timeout now. The first set between Japan and India is well poised at 13-12. Japan had taken a significant lead, but India have fought back. A short timeout was called by Japan, and now we head back into play.
Just a reminder, it's first to 15, so 13-12 here. Japan with their noses in front, but they've got to serve. Service is going to come in from Toriumi. So if India can level things here, well, if it gets to 14-all, then we will go to first to 17. Oh, the tape favours the home team.
That's gone off the net, and India have levelled matters here. It's 13-all. Always a special moment for any youngster watching your country's representatives on the field at the highest level. And that's going to be set point for India.
It's the advantage of a genuine service. Menenu there, rather than just tapping the ball over a neutral rally ball right from the off on service. She spun that one over. Both she and Leding Tonbi, when they're on form, they've got decent services. So now, set point.
Set. Oh, that's hit the net. I was going to say save, set, and then spike. Didn't quite get to the spike as it hit the net. It's 14-all. That means that we are set up for a 17-pointer now.
You could see there both players, Leding Tonbi and Priya. The irony, they winced, they knew that they had the set in their pockets there.
This time Japan get it onto Menunu as she attempted the block. That was actually a golden opportunity for India to finish matters in the first set.
Problem for India is that they are serving at 14-all, 15-all, 16-all, and you're not expected to win points on your own service. You win points against service 9 times out of 10, as we've seen here. So they are going to have to win a point on their own service if they're going to win this set.
You want some tea? Indian tea?
15-all. Menenu, big service here. We've seen that both Menenu and Leding Tonbi can win points on their own service. One of them, either Menenu now or Leding Tonbi later, is going to have to do that. It's in. It's been called in. Well, there's a bit of debate here.
Drew, I think it was in. Yes, it's in. At the first glance from up here, I thought it was in, and I was wondering why the Japanese were celebrating, but they have decided to challenge it.
They were celebrating because the referee gave it their way. I think the referee actually gave it India's way. The net judge gave it Japan's way. Japan are going to challenge, and I think the challenge is going to be a very brief one. Huge point, this one. Someone's got a set point after this. Is it going to be India or is it going to be Japan? It's more likely going to be India. If it went to a popular vote in the crowd, it would definitely be India who get the set point.
Chinat's let that one go, and as soon as she let that one go and she was looking at the ball, she almost celebrated. Nagisa joined her, and then at the other end the Indians were also celebrating. But just watching it from up here, it looked really clear that it was in, and that's why you hear the loud cheer, because it's set point again for India. The assistant referee will confirm that soon. Here we go, clearly in.
Yes, Toriumi tried to call that one out, but I think she was watching it and it was more in hope than expectation. Well, we're having a change. How about this? A change on set point. Out goes Makio, in comes Kiyosawa.
Interesting timing. And she's in focus immediately as a tekong. India have won the first set against Japan. They've had to fight back. They take it 17-15. For a major part of that set, it looked like Japan were dominating, but it's been a good fight back by India.
Japan are going to be disappointed there. They had that set in the bag and they let India come back. India have played themselves into some form, particularly Leri Tonbi, who wasn't looking good to begin with. Menenu has been brought on. This is India now in the box seat.
Early in that set, Japan were in the lead and India had to really work hard, and this was during the break. This was during the break. Lerrentombi and Menunu talking to the coaching staff. In the first set, Japan were fantastic to begin with, and then India had to claw their way back, win it 17-15. Drew, what are your expectations from this second set? What do you expect from Japan in particular?
I think Japan have missed their opportunity. They needed to take that first set. It was pretty much in the bag for them, and they've allowed India to play themselves into form, and they've allowed the crowd to come back into it, and it's going to be very, very tough for Japan to turn this around now.
You spoke about the crowd. It's almost like it's the third team member for the Indian women here, and sometimes it can just get at the back of your mind. It works both ways, of course. Sometimes even the home team can feel the pressure in front of the home crowd. Missed an opportunity to finish that one. Japan get their first point in the second set. Yumi hits that onto the net. She came on as a substitute late in the first set. In fact, around match point, around set point rather.
Both teams struggling a little bit on service, or perhaps both teams desperate to get 3 points on their own service. I think India at the moment, all they need to do is just serve almost neutrally and ask the questions of Japan. Just get into a rally, as is the case with the way Japan are serving, and then take your chances after that.
An attempted block there by Yumi. Goes off court. Well done by Yumi. Just deflected off the net. Menunu was trying to cover one side, trying to get that block in, and she just placed it towards Menunu's right.
Looks like it's going to be nip and tuck this set. Each team winning points on the opponent's service, and anything you can get on your own service is going to be incredibly important. Which is why the players, most likely, when they serve, they're going to gamble every so often. And there we go. Well, that one wasn't quite... It's always a tough one to play when you've got to cushion it with the head. And Kurosawa couldn't quite manage it there, so that is a very, very important point for India.
We saw some of the men attempt those headers, and the Japanese captain gets it onto the net. Wasn't her best attempt. Toriyumi. Lerrentombi didn't start very well in the first set, but her service got better as that first set progressed.
That's what India need to do. They just get the ball over on service, not just lobbing it, but Lerrentombi can put in a sort of in-between kind of service, and that way Japan were given the opportunity to make mistakes. The set wasn't the greatest from Kurosawa, and she left Toriyumi with a little bit too much to do, and all of a sudden India pulling clear, losing that point, but they're 3 points clear. It looked like it was going to be to you, to me, to you, to me, to begin with just teams winning points on the opposition service. That one was a little bit lucky there, creeping over the net, but India have got themselves a buffer here.
India get that point on their own service. The Japanese let it go, but it bounced just inside the baseline. It's 8-4 in India's favor. Set it up for Menunu. But the blocks come in very well by Kiyosawa.
Great block by Kiyosawa. She was in exactly the right place. And see, got the leg out there. And she got the biggest part. It was actually just off the top of her calf there, but she stretched that out beautifully.
Deflected off Menunu's head and gone out. Japan just eating away at that deficit now.
I think Menunu could have gone back there. She could see how far back Kiyosawa had to go for the spike, so it wasn't going to be the best of spikes. It was going to be more of a neutral spike. She could have left that one. That, on the other hand, was very well done.
Very well done, and it wasn't so close to the net. In fact, it was a little bit away, but ultimately very well executed by Menunu. It was low for the Japanese captain, Toriumi, and she couldn't do much about that one.
Menunu took it in the right place. She was a little way back, but she got it at the highest point. So there was enough space for her to get it down over the net. Oh, that's brilliant.
Wow, so well done. In fact, it was lofted so high, she really had to time that one. The timing and the placement was perfect and on point. A well-earned point.
Placement and the fact that she took so much off it, so it died just over the net, because the two Indian players were in the right position there for defence.
Just lobbed it over. Yumi was up to the net, and you can see Menunu, she just helped it over her. Lerentombi serves as India 10-7 ahead. A header by the Japanese captain, Yumi. Yeah, very well done.
Kiyosawa only came on as a substitute, but she's been looking very good in the second set. She's going to need to be even better. India still with that 2-point buffer. Lerentombi is setting a lot better, and that's been the difference from the end of the first set, and she's carried that over into the second set.
And India made the change possibly at the right time. Yes, Lerentombi was possibly struggling at the beginning of the first set, but then they opted to get Menunu in place of Priya, and that's worked very well for them.
And we're having a timeout called by Japan. Japan having called the timeouts, but they are 4 points from defeat, so it was very much a last throw of the dice for them. Not that you'd know it, all smiles there.
Just called for the timeout before Menunu goes up to become the Tekong for India. India 11-8 ahead, still a good margin for them. Off the header. Yumi, she'll get that point for Japan.
Kiyosawa has been very, very impressive in the second set. That's the person she replaced, Makio.
And she came in at a very critical juncture in the first set. Save, set and head. Not spike. Almost nonchalantly done.
Well, nonchalantly done. When you set it up for yourself, it's actually quite difficult to do, particularly when you've saved it yourself. So having to do 3 in a row is difficult because you need to get the second shot, the set for yourself correct, and she didn't, and so improvised and just nodded that one right onto the line. Point on service, that's what you need. 2 points from victory now.
It's been more convincing by India in this second set. Talking about the service, Lerrentomby angling it across towards the Japanese right. That block by Kiyosawa. Lerrentomby tried to save that one.
Kiyosawa trying to keep her team in this almost single-handed.
We've seen some substitutes do really well throughout today. Min Kant was the standout in the men's for Myanmar. There's a lot of excitement around the Patliputra Sports Complex here in Patna, Bihar. The ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 has been organized in the city of Patna with the support of the Bihar government, the Bihar State Sports Authority and the Khel Vibhag of the Bihar government. Everyone's turned up to support the home team, who seem to be on course to victory against Japan.
They've turned things around, and that's what good teams do. Now need to get it over the line.
Kiyosawa continues to be really impressive on the net. My, should they have gotten her in earlier?
We look back at it, they brought her in for set point, which was a bit of a big ask for her at the end of the first set. But you do think, well, yes, if she'd have come in when they were 2 or 3 or 4 points clear towards the end of the first set, then maybe, I mean, look at her now. It's absolutely amazing what she's accomplishing at the net. And she's keeping them in here. And what this is going to do is make India nervous. It's 12-13. A reminder that if we get to 14-all, we'll have to go to 17 as we did in the first set.
Yes, it will make India nervous. But just the way Kiyosawa has performed, another substitute shining today on court number 1 at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 as Lerrentomby gets ready to serve. Serves it towards, but this time Kiyosawa not able to control it with the header. As much as we were praising her, it's not easy to control those, isn't it?
It's incredibly difficult to do. You've got to cushion it and you try to get it up so that your teammates can then set it back for you. Big ask there, but the long and the short of it is India now have 2 match points.
And India have beaten Japan in the doubles women's event at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. The crowd celebrates this victory. In the first set, Japan really made them work hard. But in the second, Lerrentomby and Menunu showed who's the real boss.
They played themselves into some form. They struggled in the first set. And I think it was harsh on Priya that she was taken off. Priya on the right there. She wasn't doing anything particularly wrong, but it ended up being the right combination, letting Tombi in the middle, Menunu on the left, and they've won it in straight sets. Who would have thought that about 10 or 15 minutes ago?
Yes, the scorecard may suggest that it was a straight sets victory, but it doesn't take away the fact that Japan have been impressive, particularly in the first set. And what to say about Kiyosawa Yumi? I thought she was really brilliant today, and that was the winning moment for India. A lot of relief in the Indian camp.
Relief. They got out of jail there. They should have lost that first set. And then, yes, Kiyosawa brought on maybe a little bit too late. That'll give Japan something to think about in the semi-finals.
Coming up next in the women's doubles event, we've got match number 25, Iran versus Myanmar. An Indian victory against Japan has just brought life to the Patliputra Sports Complex. Japan were good, particularly Kiyosawa Yumi, who put on a show. But in the end, India took that match in 2 sets. But that doesn't take away the fact that Japan really fought and made India work hard for that victory. But the action continues here at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. The crowd were jubilant after the Indian victory, and now await more enthralling Sepaktakraw action. And that enthralling Sepaktakraw action continues with Iran taking on Myanmar in match number 25 of the women's double event.
The girls have been battling out like true champions on the court. Every movement is a poetry in action. Disciplined, dynamic and dedicated. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Team Iran.
Iran in Group A. This is pretty much to see, it's almost a quarter-final to see who finishes top of Group A and who finishes second. Iran versus Myanmar. They both defeated Poland, so whoever wins this will be top of the group and will get a more favourable matchup in the semi-finals. There's the starting lineup: Zore and Morad Manesh, with Kamari on the bench.
And now the team that plays with skill and precision. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Team Myanmar.
Myanmar going to be the favourites for this as they avoid the pyrotechnics as they come out onto the court. Iran, a country that hasn't been playing Sepaktakraw all that long and hasn't been playing women's Sepaktakraw all that long, whereas Myanmar, they've been playing it for a millennium and a half. Putan, the captain, Zin Tun alongside her, and Nin Wai is on the bench.
You spoke about pyrotechniques, and we've seen quite a bit of those from Myanmar across the women's and men's categories. Some great displays, some fluent Sepaktakraw on show, and I like the way you say that they've been playing this for half a millennium. Well, not in that name, but in different forms, and it's almost a part of their culture, isn't it?
Indeed, yes. The origins of Chinlon, as it is called in Myanmar, they do date back 1500 years, and as soon as anyone could make something that vaguely resembled a ball, then people were kicking it around, keeping it up, kicking it through hoops, kicking it to one another, past one another, making makeshift courts. Case in Thailand as well, Malaysia, Indonesia. It's great that it's spreading around the world, and that is the purpose of this ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025, with countries as far-reaching as Brazil and New Zealand, not to mention the various European ones who've been brought here as well.
And that's the heartening thing about the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup, that we are seeing teams from South America, Oceania, and that's what you want to see. Sport grow across the world. And although this has been a kind of a tradition here in Southeast Asia, spread across towards India as well. In fact, I must say this, that one of my friends, he works in Thailand, and saw that I was here. He messaged me immediately and said that he sees this everywhere in the country and is happy that I'm getting to see it here in India.
Well, if he's in Thailand, it's the equivalent of him saying to you, have you heard of this sport, cricket? And you would go, yeah, everybody plays it here. It's like that in Thailand. Everybody kicks a takraw around.
And that's the thing about a sport when it becomes your culture. Not only do you produce the good players, but even outside the field of play, you see that it becomes a part of your body language as well. In India, you'll see random men just walking on the street, imitating a bowling action. Some girl, women's cricket has also picked up. You'll see her trying to imitate her favorite batter. And in Thailand, the equivalent would be Sepaktakraw. Just people trying to do that everywhere.
You throw an object at someone in Thailand and they will keep it up with their feet. You can throw anyone a ball and they will be able to do keepy-uppy. It's a sport that they were almost born with, and everybody kicks the ball around and they just develop skills from the earliest of ages.
Iran will begin proceedings, and it's going to be Mariam, their captain, who will begin as the Tekong.
Love all. Point Myanmar.
Myanmar have started well. Earlier today, we saw Myanmar taking on Poland, and there were a lot of headers. But here we are, they start with a spike.
See a few headers from Iran as well, but they've also got the skills required to come out with spikes at the net. That was an incredibly, that was last gasp there from Morad Manesh. Almost got it back over the net.
Love 2.
MMA Arandi begins proceedings again. Oh, that's good work. MMA Arandi came up to the net, put that across. Good defensive work.
That's what you like to see. We've seen very little of it, where you get foot against foot, soul against soul. The two of them coming up at the net. One with the tap, the other with the block.
I quite like that flat-footed block. It was like facing the other side.
Points gone the way of Iran. Must have been a foot fault called.
That was too far out. Almost flighted, one would say. Way over.
Well, trying to serve deep is a good tactic, and occasionally if you hit it deep and strong, then your opponent will take a ball that they maybe didn't have to, but it's coming straight towards them, and your instinct is to take the ball. It takes a lot to get out of the way and let it go long.
2-4.
Beautiful, crisp spike from Mongzin.
We saw some of these Iranian players during the quads event, and there were a couple of matches where they really fought hard. And look at that, that's the fight that I was talking about. They may not be the most fluent, may not be like the Myanmars or the Thailands of the world, but what you'll get from them is that spirit. Again, another flat-footed delivery across the net.
The referee announced 3-5. The scoreboard in the stadiums was showing 2-6. I think they might have to make an adjustment there.
6-3.
And there we go. We're back and got it correct.
Tan was getting ready to serve.
She was just questioning the score.
Yeah, just asking for clarification about the score. But yes, it's clear now. Even the scoreboard here in the stadium suggests it's 3-6 to Myanmar as Tan gets ready to serve.
Bit of a lack of communication there between the two Iranian players. They ended up going for the same ball. They got away with it, but they weren't in the best position to defend after that.
3-7.
Still made a good fist of it though.
Or that teamwork, but also about knowing each other's strengths and weaknesses, how your teammate thinks. And that's how you build a proper unit in Sepaktakraw.
Another beautiful sole of the shoe there from Mong Zin, just tapping it over her opposite number. And the scoring points quite quickly here, Myanmar. Bear in mind that the winner of this will then face the team that finished second in Group B, so that's going to be Japan. So they will have the easier of the paths through to the final, and then the loser will have to take on India, as we have a timeout for Iran.
Time of player baseline. Players in the
We've
court.
come back after the timeout. Myanmar leading 9-3.
Iran serve.
Iran will begin with their service.
Number 6.
It's going to be their captain Murad Manesh
3.
who will deliver this serve.
Good service it was too.
Iran.
Reasonably deep at the head of the opponents.
This is what we saw, flashes of quality from Iran even during the doubles event. Sorry, the quads event. Tried to get that spike in, put it wide. Iran have shown, even during the quads, as I said, that they've got that ability, they've got that fight. But Myanmar, of course, the more superior team. And you can see that in the scoreline so far. It's 10-4. Mong Zin again at the net. Very good.
Two Iranians seem to be having a bit of a discussion as to who should be doing what, and in particular, I think how Miarandi should have blocked the last spike that came over. So there's a little bit of frustration here. It's going to be frustrating when you play a team like Myanmar, who just take care of business without breaking a sweat, without showing any emotion.
12.
Yes, it's all in a day of work for them.
Point Iran.
That was a good serve. Onto the head. Never easy to control that. And that's gone off the head and past the advertising board
Players baseline.
near the substitute bench.
All friends again once a point is scored. It tends to change people's perspectives, and we've got Myanmar taking a timeout now.
Time of players baseline. Players in.
Myanmar are leading 12-5, but they still opted for that timeout.
Jersey number 4 out.
And there
Jersey
seems to
number
be a
2 in.
substitution for Myanmar. Hin Wai has come in
Myanmar
and
serve.
replaced Mong
Jersey
Zin.
number 3.
This is exactly, I think, what they had done against Poland as well.
Gives everyone some game time.
12.
Means that when you get into the semis and likely the final, then everyone's got a fair bit of takraw in their legs. Well, that was Ninh White called on there to cover a lot of ground for her first spike, but she did that very well.
Very well indeed, and right towards Morat Manesh, who couldn't quite control that one.
Point Myanmar.
Into the thick of things already, Ninh White, and looking very sharp.
Game
With
point
that, it's going to be
14,
set point
5.
for Myanmar as they serve.
Point Myanmar.
The first set goes
Players
Myanmar's way,
baseline.
something that we expected. They've taken it
Players
15-5.
take court.
Overall, you can say that Myanmar have dominated. It's one love so far.
In first stage, Myanmar 15, Iran 5. Players 2-minute rest.
Iran just having a bit of a conference meeting with their coaching staff as they are up against an enormous challenge put up by Myanmar, who took the first set 15-5. It was along expected lines because Myanmar are, of course, the stronger team. They're expected to do well. On the other hand, we've seen Iran put in some spirited performances. There are a few points where you can sense that they've got the quality. But when you're up against the world beaters, it's always going to be difficult. An uphill task, almost like climbing the Everest, isn't it?
All. Point
Myanmar looking so calm out there, even when a ball flicks the tape and it's difficult to pick back up. They just lean in there, flick it up, and then put it away. A beautiful sunback spike by Ninh White.
What a header. It's just inside play. Very well done. This was more like a football header because you can see it's like a striker going for the goal, trying to put it past the left of the goalkeeper.
That one just goes long. Had to put all the effort in it that she possibly could there. Yarandi.
They're just moving along, motoring forward, powering through. I can just keep thinking of words and sentences to describe what Myanmar are doing here. And while I say that, Iran have just pulled one back, getting it past the line. a net serve. Oh, sorry, it was Myanmar who was serving. There's a spike.
She's a great exponent of the sunback spike. Nin Wai flicks it with her right foot over her right shoulder. She can do it in mid-air. She can scoot along, do it along the ground. Beautiful one there on the other side of the net for Miarandi.
Very good spike by Miarandi. It was close to the net. She got it high on her foot, but placed it very well. And this time, it's the other side.
Nin Wai throwing herself into every spike that she pulls off.
6-2. Point Iran.
There's another one by Miarandi. She has got 2 of them so far. You can hear the cheer around the ground. It's because of the match in court number 2. It is a men's doubles game going on between Chinese Taipei and Poland. Poland players just getting the crowd going. But here, Myanmar going about their business.
Jersey number 2 serve. Number 2.
That was Saideh Kamari, the third player in the Iranian team. May as well get her in now. Do you think?
Well, she was involved in an earlier group game, and that was when they defeated Poland. She came on for a little while of that. They probably want to stick with the main 2 as things stand. I don't think it's going to be really something that would turn the match on its head. That one, I think, no, just signalled out. You could probably see the touch judge there at the left of your screen. There he is now, and he'll lift his arms up to say that that one was out.
Jersey number 4. Jersey number 4 in. Jersey number
Both teams are going to make substitutions now.
Player substitution from Team Iran.
There you go, Nishad. They're clearly watching the stream and listening to you. So we are going to see Saideh Kamari come on. And it's back to Mong Zin as well for Myanmar. So Nin Wai, she's accomplished. I mean, she's probably got 20 successful spikes in the space of barely a set and a half. And she can take a well-earned rest. The rules on substitutions is that you can make as many as you like. Obviously, you've only got 1 substitute on the bench. Here it's doubles plus 1 person on the bench. And substitutes can come on in the first set, and then you can change again at the start of the second set and then make a substitution during the second set. So you've only got the 1 substitute, and they can come off and on once during a set.
That was a good serve by Mong Zin. Into the body, not able to control that one, Miarandi. Miarandi tried to block that one, but Mong Zin got it away. And Iran have called for a timeout. What's happening here? Everyone's cheering for that. Polish guys are like doing this to the crowd. The crowd are here, they are celebrating this occasion, the Sepaktakraw World Cup here in Patna. It is wonderful to be in the state of Bihar. We are here with the support of the state government of Bihar, the Bihar State Sports Authority, and of course the Khel Vibhag of the Bihar government. This tournament has also been supported by the Sports Authority of India and the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. Ease My Trip has also played its part in getting this event together. And you can see the crowds, the excitement building up. And right now it's great to see that it isn't only for an India game. On court number 2, Poland and Chinese Taipei, they're taking on each other in the men's competition. And that has somehow caught the attention of the crowd, even as Myanmar are going about their business on the other court.
Point Iran.
Iran come out of the break and get the first points. Block was
Iran serve.
almost perfect, but not quite. Almost doesn't cut the mustard at this level. Iran with it all to do, but every point they can get here will give them a little bit of confidence. Reminder that both teams are going to make it through into the semi-finals, so Iran will be trying to hone their game before they come up against India in the semis.
That's another point for Myanmar. Just went off the body as that spike landed. It went off Emi Miarandi and then
13.
just surged out.
Myanmar now just 2 points from victory.
Lobbed across. Save, set. Oh, just got that out. The angle of the foot, it just put the ball way off court.
Well, the set was in the wrong place. It was impossible there. The only way that that could have been spiked was if Mongzin suddenly became a left footer.
What a serve. A slower one. Just to the left corner in the Iranian court. And it's going to be match point now for Myanmar. The Myanmar juggernaut continues. 15-5, 15-7 against Iran in the women's doubles at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. Another convincing performance along expected lines as Myanmar take this game 2-0.
Almost as if Myanmar were toying with Iran at the end there, trying to make the match last a little bit longer.
And this is a game that we all are looking forward to in the men's doubles event. It's going to be the home team, India, taking on Vietnam. Myanmar were fantastic. You can find different words to describe their performances. Iran showed glimpses of talent, but it was never going to be enough against a team like Myanmar, who are more experienced and have got greater skill in the sport of Sepaktakraw. And ultimately, a 2-0 win for them. The action continues here at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. In the men's doubles event, we've got Vietnam taking on India in match number 27.
The Sepaktakraw fever in Bihar has been for real, and now two highly anticipated teams will battle it out on this court. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the powerhouse of Sepaktakraw, Team Vietnam.
Certainly a powerhouse of women's Sepaktakraw, less so for the men. But it's been interesting to see them make good progress. Good to see them actually involved on the ISTAF stage, which they weren't to begin with. Always present in the women's, less so in the men's, but it's great to see Dao Van and Huyen Gok ready to take part in this doubles match. They are the starters there. They've nominally got Wong Min Chao on the bench, but I don't think he's going to be available.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now with the loudest cheer from every stand, can we hear it out for our home team, Team India?
I don't know whether Pramita, our stadium announcer, really needed to give the crowd any more encouragement. But the loudest cheer, as she said, reserved for the Indian team. Pointing proudly to the badge. Already got a bronze medal to their name in the quadrant event, which is the four-a-side version. Now you've just got half as many players trying to cover just as much of the court. Akash on the bench. Ashish is going to be the one coming up with the spikes. Malin Gamba will have most of the defensive duties.
India and Vietnam played the semi-final of the men's quad event yesterday, and back then Vietnam won that match. India made a comeback in the second set, but in the end Vietnam took it quite comfortably. Here's an opportunity for India to pull one back against Vietnam. It'll be a challenge, of course.
Going to be tough for India because they lost earlier in the day to Malaysia, and there's only two teams making it through both Group A and Group E into the semi-finals. So this is pretty much do or die here for India. It's a quarter-final in all but name.
2025 Bihar, India. Man double event. India best Vietnam. On my right, India. On my left, Vietnam. Players in.
India turning up with the white jersey now. Akash has just stepped out of the court as Ashish and Malin Gamba will take their positions.
So in this group, Malaysia defeated India 2-0. They then defeated Vietnam 2-1. So this really is a quarter-final. Whoever wins this will go through in second place in the group. So likely to face Thailand on the other side of the ledger in the semi-finals. So it's almost a case of out of the frying pan into the fire. But you still want to make it through to that semi-final, give yourself a chance. If you get through to the semis, you're guaranteed a bronze medal, because we get bronze medals for both semi-finalists. There isn't a third place playoff. So win this and you get yourself a medal. And of course, a chance to have a crack at a semi-final and see if you can get into the gold medal match.
Malengamba begins proceedings and he starts well with a good serve. It was low in towards Van Huang, who couldn't quite lift it. Was very well placed actually by Malengamba.
Great first service. Look at that. And with the sole of the shoe, so spinning it away from his opponent.
A low header set up and that spike. Very well done by Vietnam. Wonder why they were pointing up at the sky.
That was his way of saying, it's yours, it's up there, it's yours, I've put the setup for you, I'm not going to go for it. And after that, he left his hand in the air in celebration.
Ashish, a header from Malengamba. A set up too far into court, and that's why it's gone under the net. And which is why Akash now, he puts his hand up in the air, pointing towards the sky, walks towards the net, and just has a look at the Vietnam players.
1, 2.
Boxang into the net. Another point for India.
India with an early buffer. Always good to get a couple of points clear. Obviously, you alternate services. Those of you maybe picking this up for the first time, just watching India in this virtual quarter-final. Well, you alternate services, one team, then the other, and then you alternate services between your own players. So player A, player B, player A, player B.
That point just went Vietnam's way as the ball deflected off Ashish and it went out of play.
2, 3.
Always easier to score points on your opponent's service because they put the ball in your court and then you can save, set and spike.
It's so loud here. Drew's sitting right next to me and I can barely hear.
4, 2.
A good low service, kept into play, but that's gone out.
Now the net judge to the left had already signalled something, and I think it might have been a foot fault. Points gone the way of Vietnam. He put his hand out quite early to stop play. It didn't work, and he's now going to explain what's happening. Net judge there to the left by the box that says number 1.
This time Vietnam hit the net. India continue to have that 2-point buffer as they get the serve back. Ideally, when you finish your own service, you want to maintain that 1-point buffer, at least. Boxang with that roll spike, getting that point for Vietnam.
A couple of times that there have been faults on service from Vietnam, and you might be thinking, well, why don't you just lob it over the net and make sure you don't lose the point automatically because there's no second service. But if you do just lob it over the net, then you are almost conceding the point because you give your opponent the opportunity to save, set and spike.
In spite of the setup not being so good, the finish is very impressive.
It was an extreme version of the Vietnam set. They like to set the ball outside, out the corner, and give their killers an angle to work with, but that was an extreme angle.
We've seen that earlier in the day as well, support from Rajasthan. people turning up to support the home team, and to see roll spikes like that by Ashish.
Beautiful example of a roll spike when you roll all the way over. The name suggests exactly what you do.
Malengamba has just approached the referee. Yes, there's the roll spike and the sun back spike. Sun back spike is where you spike it and then you land on your back as well, on all fours.
7-5.
That's a good block, but that'll go out.
Point, Yenan.
Got the body in the way. But the Vietnam captain Gok Sang with the spike. It was hit hard.
6, 7.
The point goes the way of India. I think they got a little bit lucky there. Malengamba with a great save. He went all the way back. And that's been given, I think it went A, it went under the net, and B, might have been encroachment over the net when it was played. It was one or the other. Either way, Malengamba going all the way back to the advertising hoardings you can see there.
Ashish on that serve, nearly losing his balance and deflected off Malengamba as Vietnam get that point. I don't know if you noticed, just when Ashish served that one, nearly lost balance, putting in more force with that serve.
7, 8.
Wonderfully blocked. That was the Vietnamese number 11 Van Hong getting in the way.
That gets us back to level pegging. 8 points apiece. Pressure now on India.
4.
Last gasp stuff there from the Indian captain. But couldn't quite dig it out. He did his level best, and Vietnam now with 3 points in a row. They've taken the lead, 9-8.
They've taken the lead, but now India have got the opportunity to level things again, restore some parity. But that's the problem yet again, right? If India level things here, it's 9-all, and then it's India who'll be serving.
9.
Something being queried at the moment by the Vietnamese captain, Gok Sang.
9, 8.
Wonderful Sepaktakraw all round. Ashish had to go deep inside his own court and execute that roll spike. And there was some good work by Vietnam there, retrieving the ball, but in the end, couldn't get that header across the net.
Van Hoang did everything right. He went so far back. It was the second touch though, so all that his teammate Gok Sang could do was try to nod it over. And he tried to be maybe a little bit too cute. He took, you could see him going down to try to take the impetus away from the ball.
India commit a fault on the serve as Vietnam becomes the first one to get into double figures in this first set.
9.
What a serve. Gok Sang got it low in towards Malengamba, who tried to get his foot in, tried to loft it, had to also walk forward in order to reach out towards that serve. It was very well placed by Vietnam. And here we have a timeout. As Vietnam take the lead 11-9, the crowd right behind the home team. Initially, India had gotten the early buffer, but Vietnam have done very well to bounce back. And with this lead, they are only 4 points away from winning the first set. It's just like the momentum has completely shifted towards the Vietnamese camp, because they have now shot ahead of India, surged to 12 points and have got a clear 3-point lead over them.
Certainly quiet in the crowd. Everything going Vietnam's way at the moment.
A bit like yesterday when we saw the men's doubles, in fact men's quad semi-final. And India are going to go for the change right now. Akash is ready, heading up towards the referee's dais. And he'll replace Ashish. What do you make of this change?
It means they'll get a little bit more on service, because Akash has got more of a service delivery than Ashish has, and obviously every fourth ball has to be served by, previously it was by Ashish, now it'll be by Akash, and they need to have a little bit more at the net, because Van Huang is setting up everything absolutely beautifully at the net. Oh, and how about that? It gives them a spark straight away, and it's the other way around. It's Malin Gamba with the spike, and Akash is also a very good defender. You see him quite often at the back. He's often plays as Tekong in the 4-a-side game. When it's 3-a-side, the Regu, then he comes forward and he stays purely at the net, but he can also defend, and he can save and set very well, and he set that up beautifully for Malin Gamba.
Akash smashes it, but Vietnam get the block in.
I think it might have been the net that got the block in, but either way, it's 4 set points. The problem when you come in cold, you have to hit the ground running.
They've challenged it, which is why the referees are going to have a look at that again.
Well, what they'll be looking at is whether the Vietnamese block touched the net, and maybe that moved the net towards the ball, stop the ball from going over, but either way you can't touch the net when you're going up for a block. Fans, entourages waiting on patiently. This is a big point. Either it's going to be 4 set points for Vietnam, or all of a sudden the lead is virtually halved 14-10, it'll go to 13-11. And India will still be in with a sniff in this first set. A reminder that it's first to 15. If it gets to 14 all, then it'll be first to 17, and it's best of 3 sets.
As the two coaches come managers, just watch the replay. I could see the Vietnamese manager just indicate to his team they're all right. And yes, it's going to be all right.
Vietnam get the points, and they get 4 set points.
Vietnam have just silenced the crowd here at the Patliputra Sports Complex in Patna because they've taken the first set 15-10. Initially they were trailing, but once they got momentum on their side, they've been ruthless. It's 1-0 so far for Vietnam at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025.
15-10, 2 minutes rest.
It's gone a little bit quiet here at the Patliputra Sports Complex. Vietnam 1, India 0. Akash walks up to the net, takes its blessings because this is an important set for the Indian men doubles team.
It's do or die. It's basically a quarter-final. Whoever wins this goes through to the semis. Whoever loses it won't make it through the group stages.
As Vietnam begin by hitting the net, the decibel levels just go up a bit, only a bit, because there's still a long way to go for India. They've first got to equalize things and then think about possible victory. Meanwhile, Vietnam with that spike, just getting a point to get going in the second set.
What India need to do first is start scoring points on their own service. So they need to, and then Vietnam do exactly that. If you can get a tape service in, that's absolutely perfect. You aim for the tape, which is exactly what Gok Sang did. Hit the tape, dies on the other side, so advantage Vietnam.
Van Hong on the net this time. Just used a bit of deft touch and didn't even try to hit it that hard. Goes off Akash into the net, and Vietnam have started the second set very well. 3-1 up already, the early buffer.
3-1.
India get that point as Akash's spike deflects off the Vietnamese player and goes out. Although I must say that the serve was very good. Akash will now go back to his Tekong duties.
That one goes long. Well, that's exactly what India needed. They needed an unforced error, as it were, from Vietnam, and that one was sent long. There was a lot of room there. It was good pressure at the net, though, by Malengamba, and that's a couple of times that we've seen him up at the net. He can come up to the net more now that he's got Akash with him. Akash can play at the front or at the back, and we're going to see him play at the front here. India need to take every advantage that comes their way. So they'd already almost broken back. They got a couple of points in a row. They got it back to level pegging, and they needed to carry on there. They very much needed to win that point. They had opportunities to do it. Akash with the spike that he couldn't put away.
This time Vietnam couldn't put that spike away, which is why once again parity achieved. 4-4. Yes, of the previous point. Akash went for that spike but didn't quite hit it cleanly. It was sort of just lobbed across the net, which allowed the Vietnamese players to respond and gave them a bit more time as well.
Brilliant work by Vietnam. Scrambling defense all the way back by Van Hoang. Look at that, almost out of camera, and that one evades everyone. He actually wins the point. Nobody touches that. It just creeps over the net. So neither team taking the initiative in this second set. Both teams winning points when they don't really have the right to on their own service. India now need to win one on their own service here. Otherwise, the 2-point cushion is going to be re-established by Vietnam.
Hit hard, and between Malengamba and Akash, there was a short gap between them, but that was hit so hard, there was nothing they could have done about that. Akash tried. It was past him before he could even get his leg out. Now Vietnam have got that bit of a buffer at 6-4.
A little bit dangerous there at the net. There was a head on one side, a foot on the other. Akash trying to nod that one, and Van Hoang putting his foot up. And again, I think the ball evaded everyone and just went over the net.
And now comes an important point. As India serve, they've got to get this. And they do. Because it levels matters now again, 6-all. It was a good serve towards Van Hoang's right. It was low. He tried to loft it up. Another important point for India.
Wasn't the best of spikes, but managed to find a little bit of real estate inside the line. Ah, there we go. I say it wasn't the best of spikes. It was a very good spike, actually, and it cannoned off the back of Goksang. My apologies, Akash. I did you wrong there. So, what can you do on service? It's a battle of the two strikers, Goksang in the yellow and Akash in the white and black.
Once again, Vietnam serving with scores tied at 7-all. The roar just gets louder because India have just seen Akash get that spike in quite effectively as they move ahead to 8th, 7th with Malengamba to serve.
Well, the good thing is, at the moment, we've settled back into a more logical pattern where teams are scoring points on the opposition service. At the start of this set, it was almost the other way round. Teams were rather nervous, as if they expected and they couldn't fulfill expectations and win on the opposition service. Now they are, and the advantage is for India because they're receiving every time, and it puts pressure on the opposition to try to maybe gamble a little bit too much on service. So India with their noses in front.
Akash will serve now.
Another typical Vietnamese set and spike. They like to put the ball up in the air outside the court, and that enables their killers to roll spike, get it back in at an angle, a downwards angle and a lateral angle as well. It's very difficult to defend. Both the men's and the women's team do that. It's a very Vietnamese technique. Danger is, of course, it takes one of your players way out if the point continues.
As India get ready to serve, it is important for them that they win this point. Otherwise, for the last couple of minutes, it's only been back and forth. Each team rather, winning a point of the other's serve. That was a brilliant save by Akash, and the setup by Malengamba allowed Akash to apply those finishing touches, and India got the point that they wanted.
Vietnam down, not out, but down. You could see, well, you could see he disappeared out of view there. Goksang getting up very slowly. India finally with the break, as it were, winning a point on their own service, and a timeout has been called by Vietnam.
We're ready. India 11, Vietnam 9. Make that 12. India 12, Vietnam 9 as the decibel levels rise again at the Patliputra Indoor Stadium.
Coach Hemraj there on the right, urging caution. Akash was looking pretty excited after that point, and Hemraj telling him the hard work starts now.
Koksang just taking the pace of that one, and when that happens, as I said earlier, it looks as if both players, the blocker and the striker, are almost hanging in midair. It's almost in slow motion that you see it when it happens, and then you see it even slower in the replays.
Huge point for India. Every point takes them closer to a decider. They're now just 2 points away. The gap maybe looks bigger than it is because they're now going to have to serve. It's the equivalent of only one break of service, but when you're that close to the 15-point margin, then every point feels huge. That was gutsy. That was very, very gutsy by Koksang there. And it didn't come off. I thought it had gone over the net, but he gambled. And so India have 4 set points.
And what's more is that Vietnam are going to serve now. We are going into a decider. India have roared back in the second set. The first set went to Vietnam 15-10, and the same margin went India's way in the second. This match has come alive as we move to a third set. It's Vietnam 1, India 1. The Patliputra Sports Complex is a stage, a platform for the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. And we've seen some great matches here. This one too promises to be a cracker because it's Vietnam 1, India 1. Remember, yesterday in quads event, the same teams faced off in the semi-final. It was 1-1 heading into the third set. Of course, India had to fight back even then. This time, the fight back was more convincing as they took the second set 15-10. Let's see what's in store here in the third set.
Huge point for India, leading off on their own service, and they win a point. Just to remind you, you're not expected to win points on your own service because you are literally putting the ball in your opponent's court. And so that is the equivalent of, if you watch tennis, breaking your opponent's service to open a tiebreaker. This is the equivalent of a first to 15 tiebreaker.
Van Hong gets that onto the net. It's 2-0 to India early in the third set.
First to 15, and once the leading team gets to 8, we'll have a change of ends. Still the same in terms of timeout. You have one per timeout per team, and how about this? 3 points in a row. That was a beautiful block by Akash. Stretches out that long leg of his to make the net a little bit higher.
And it just came off the middle of his foot, so got enough onto that one, deflected it back onto the Vietnamese court. That's Hong Duc Long, the coach of the Vietnam team. Gok Sang position Van Hong. Akash gets the spike in on the net. Van Hong tried to block it, but it went back, and Gok Sang tried to retrieve, but it was a little bit too far out, and that pushes India's lead even further. It's 4-0.
Five in a row. At some point very soon, I think Vietnam have got to take a timeout, but the home crowd here, they won't mind this. India well and truly on a roll. They've got a third of the points they need, and what a turnaround this has been. A lot of the turnaround has come from the fact that Akash has been brought on. It was Ashish who started in the first set that went the way of Vietnam, and there's been a real turnaround since Akash came on. He wasn't able to turn things around quite in time in the first set, but he's dominated in the second, and the fact that he can attack and defend, he's such a versatile player, and that has led to India turning things around, winning the second set and getting a 5-point lead in the third.
And that turnaround was especially visible during the second half of the second set. For a major part of the second set, it was nearly level, and then India moved forward, taking that with a margin of 15-10.
Oh, that was fine judgment. That was very, very brave to leave that one. He didn't miss by very much, but everything, when the luck's going your way, everything goes your way.
So Vietnam didn't do too much wrong with that service. They were taking a chance, but India let that go through as Akash gets ready for his Tekong duties.
We're going to change ends when one of the teams gets to 8, and India are just 1 point away from that. It's a huge psychological boost to be ahead at the change of ends, and Vietnam are going to try to delay that for as long as possible. Hands as long as possible, far too long on that service, and we are changing ends already in the blink of an eye. India winning half of this set in a matter of minutes.
I would have actually expected Vietnam to take a timeout a lot earlier. It's quite surprising that Hong Duc Long has not opted for it yet. But this change of ends, in a way, just helps a little bit, can change the momentum.
It's almost a mini timeout. So, change of ends, you've got to serve from another end, and Malengamba has just served into the net from the other end, because it's always a tiny little bit awkward when you change ends. You've got a slightly different perspective. You're looking at different people in the crowd. You've got different noises behind you. So, Vietnam, they've still got that timeout in their pocket. They're going to have to use it at some point, you would have thought, unless they can really turn the momentum around.
What did you make of that? Malengamba with that retrieve set it up, and Akash finished it, but Malengamba, that's his point.
He was almost in tears there, Akash, but that was great. The fact that both of them can spike, obviously, again, there you see, yes, Malengamba going all the way back. Both of them can play at the net, both of them can play at the back. This is the ideal doubles combination for India as far as I'm concerned. And they won't mind that. They won't mind the fact that that block went out, because it was a very good attempted block. And there are times when you lose the point, but you lose it well.
It was a good attempt there by Malengamba. Listen to the crowd. A few minutes ago, when Vietnam were in control, it had gone quiet. And now, suddenly, it's just sparked off a fire of belief, a fire of hope, as India are only 5 points away from winning this match.
Seem to have got into a good rhythm, the Indians. You've got Malengamba going back, setting the ball up, out to the right. Akash rolling across. They're going to try to do that again on this point, no doubt.
5, 10.
Again, the finest of margins. How on earth do they have the guts, the chutzpah to leave that? And it misses Tonby from the women's team. She couldn't believe that that one missed by such a fine margin.
Brilliantly done. It was Malengamba at the net. The whole passage of play was so concentrated just around the net, with players from both sides showing good reflexes, but Malengamba getting that spike in the end, right on the money.
I think the best reflex was Akash to get out of the way. You could see that Malengamba had saved it, and then the set wasn't great, so it had to be for Malengamba himself. 7 points clear, 3 points away from victory. Make that 2.
If Vietnam are to make a comeback, it's a long road. They're still 7 points away.
You wonder when the Vietnam timeout is going to come. It doesn't need to come. Priya looking nervous.
How has he done that? Mid-air, it's almost as if he decided to change trajectories and send the ball to the other side.
Years of practice, decades of practice, and it's set up 8 match points.
Not many would have expected this.
Oh, Vietnam. Seven, 14.
Akash and Malan Gamba are the heroes here at the Patliputra Sports Complex in Patna. They were trailing. It looked like they were down and out. In the second set, there was a resurgence and India have beaten Vietnam 2-1 in the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. This is the men's doubles.
Winner in by India, 2-1. Take up, please.
Hugs all round. India grabbing themselves a medal.
The women are up next. It's India versus Iran. In the semi-final of the women's doubles event, it's India taking on Iran at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 in Patna.
High-octane game and high-octane clash. It's the semi-finals too, and the arena is all lit up. Coming up with full powerhouse, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Team Iran.
Out they come, the three players that no doubt you saw earlier, making it through the group stages, second in their group, which means they face top of the opposite group. Zore Ememiarandi and Mariam Moradmanesh will be the starters, but we'll no doubt see Kamari Saide in action at some point during the semi-final.
From the land of legends, the pride of the nation will be here on the court. Ladies and gentlemen, with the loudest cheer, can we hear it up for Team India?
There they are, Lerin-Tombi, Priya and Menunu. Welcome with the loudest of cheers. A few minutes ago, the men just earned a spirited victory against Vietnam. And this is a semi-final against Iran. There's the starting lineup. Lerin-Tombi, the captain, and the Tekong, who has done well in this tournament, alongside Priya. And in the substitutes, you've got Menunu, who we will expect later.
In the final group game, they started with Priya and then Menunu came on and changed things around, even though Lerin-Tombi was perhaps not playing to the best of her abilities, but it seemed that Menunu brought out the best in her. Lerin-Tombi coming forward there. Yes, she is a Tekong in other forms of the sport, the three-a-side or the four-a-side, but in doubles everybody has to be a Tekong, everybody has to serve. Two players on either side on the court at any one time, and all four of them take turns to serve. So everyone has to be an attacking, a defensive force. You have players who tend to be more involved at the front of the net, but everyone has to be very versatile.
Yes, this game is about versatility, and India showed that during their previous game against Vietnam. The comeback has just brought the crowd to life. They lost the first set 15-10, bounced back in the second 15-10, and then showed remarkable spirit in the third. Akash and Malengamba were remarkable. Priya cheering from the stands alongside Lerin-Tombi, and I'm sure they would be really inspired by that performance. Can just lift your spirits before a game.
It's great to be able to watch your opposite numbers, the men's team, make it through to the semi-finals just before you yourselves come out in a semi-final yourselves. So both of these teams guaranteed at the very least a bronze medal. Whoever wins this though goes through to the gold medal match. Looking at the ball there, the takraw, that's where we get the name for the sport from. A takraw made out of plastic nowadays by the Marathon Company, who also provide the nets and the courts here.
This is an age-old Indian custom where if you've got equipment that you use in a sport, or even warriors of the past, you would pray to it, express your gratitude, because that's your instrument to show your talent. So that's exactly what the Indian women were doing, just praying to it and just asking for good luck.
So that's what I should do to the microphone before the start of every match.
I think both of us should. That's a ritual that we can start tomorrow. Starting for Iran are Mariam Moradmanesh and Zore Ememiarandi. In their previous game, we had seen that Moradmanesh, the captain, had gone off, and then Saide Kamari had come on. As Drew just mentioned earlier, for India, in their previous encounter, Lerin-Tombi and Priya had started and Menunu had come on. And in fact, Menunu was quite decisive in that match. So we've seen some substitutions coming to good effect For the men, the encounter that was played just a few moments ago against Vietnam, we saw Akash coming to the party when he came off the bench.
Robert. Okay. Already. Left. Up. Hi.
A bit of Cristiano Ronaldo in that celebration, going shoo. A good start for Iran.
Very well executed by Emami Arandi. Morad Manesh now serving. And you're expected to win points on your opponent's service. That's why I think it's going to be interesting here, because Iran haven't got the best of servers. And Priya isn't a great server either. Liding Tombi is a good one. Menenu, if she comes on, she's got more of a weapon on service.
Perhaps the Iranian players expected a spike, but instead, Liding Tombi has intelligently just tapped it forward. It was almost as if she was pressing the brake of her car.
1, 2.
Very agile, slapped it over, and it was exactly the right thing to do.
When Priya comes up to the net, as we saw her even in the quad event, she's quite effective. And this time, getting that spike into perfection.
3, 1.
It's the advantage of having someone who is a tekong, so a server in other forms of the game, the 3-a-side regu or the 4-a-side quadrant form. Someone who can put in genuine services rather than just kicking it over the net and then setting up on defense.
A good block on the net by Iran. It was Emami Arandi getting the leg up. Just to ask you, Menunu had a good game the last time. You have been tempted to keep her in the starting lineup instead of Priya?
I think it was harsh on Priya that she was taken off, because it was Liding Tombi who was struggling during that match against Japan. And it just seemed to be the combination that worked. I think Liding Tombi will stay on because she's the one who's the better server. And you need someone 1 every 4 points who can put in a very good service. And I'm sure we will see Menenu come on at some point.
Very good serve there by Liding Tombi. It was angling across, going away towards the left of Morad Manesh.
3, 6.
India's lead extends now to 7-3. The crowd getting into the act. You've got to say that for Iran, this again isn't going to be the easiest of games. Yes, they've gotten through to the semi-final, but India, obviously the stronger team out of the two.
That's what happens when you finish second in your group. You're going to have to face the team that finished first in the opposite group. You obviously got to beat the best teams if you're going to win a tournament. So be that in the group stages, the semi-finals or the final. But it's always nicer to have an easier path by winning your group. India very much the favourites for this, and they're living up to that billing at the moment.
Yes, I'd like to tell you That just reminds me of the 2010 FIFA World Cup where England finished second in the group behind, I think, USA, and then had to face Germany in the round of 16. And Germany won that game quite easily, 4-0. So sometimes if you underperform, that can work against you. And here's a timeout.
Player in.
ईरान ने अभी टाइम आउट लिया था। भारत का लीड बहुत ही अच्छा है, 9-3 से पहले सेट में डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं। ये महिलाओं का सेमीफाइनल है डबल्स इवेंट में, जहां ISTAF सेपाक्टक्रॉ वर्ल्ड कप 2025 में सारी निगाहें हैं लेरिन टॉम्बी और प्रिया पर।
India.
And that's a good serve by Lerin Tombi. As you said, in the match against Japan, she was struggling. They persisted with her, took Priya off, and as the match progressed, her serves just kept getting better. And now she seems to be in the swing of things.
Well, you've got to persist with her because she's the main defensive player, and Priya and Inu are rather similar players. They're more in an attacking vein. So there was no way they could take her off short of just playing two attackers. And she has played herself into some form. She was in good form in the quadrants, the four-a-side tournaments that began this competition, where India got a bronze medal. And they guaranteed at the very least a bronze medal here, but they are very close to getting their path through to the final and duking it out for a gold medal.
Saide Kamari has come on, substituting the captain Morad Manesh. The captain's armband has been taken over by Emimia Ranti.
I thought this one went out, and we're looking at it, and well, just on the line there, I think Iran was celebrating that one. And the point has indeed gone their way. Substitute into the action immediately. No, she can't dig that one up.
Round 4.
No teamwork. It looked like there was a bit of lack of communication there as both players went towards the ball.
It wasn't great from Iran, and it wasn't ideal either from India prior to that. The two Iranian players had almost clashed in the move prior to that, so it was a bit of a rough and ready point on both sides of the net, but India will be fine with that, and with that far more precise strike, they set up 10 set points.
Maybe a set point, but Priya is going to serve.
Iran.
Bit of a free hit, that one. You got 10 set points, so you try for a tape service, a service that hits the tape at the top of the net and just dies over the other side. No lets, of course, in Sepaktakraw, and no second services.
The first set goes India's way. in the women's semi-final of the doubles event. It's 15-5. A convincing performance so far by Lerrentomby and Priya. Here at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025, India leading Iran in the women's semi-final of the doubles event. They're up 1-0 and searching for a place in the final. The crowd have been delighted today by some good performances. The Indian men fought back against Vietnam and earned a place in the semi-finals earlier in the doubles event. And now, as the women search for a path towards the final, the crowd are right behind them.
Already, look up.
Point to India to start proceedings in the second set. We hadn't seen much of Priya in the previous game, which was against Japan, as she was substituted early, but making an impact here.
You always want to have a 2-point cushion when it's alternating services between the two teams, and that's exactly what India have done within 2 points of this set starting, so they've laid down a marker very early on. And the great thing is they receive service to open, so it's receive, serve, receive. 3 points in a row for them. You can see that the Iranians are looking a little bit dispirited already.
Look.
First point for Iran in the second set. Yes, you said Iran looked a little dispirited after that third point to India. But that's what they've got to hang on. Earlier we've seen them play a few tough matches, but what stood out was the fact that their body language was always good. They always seemed confident and ready for the fight.
Great spike there by Priya. She had to go a long way back. It wasn't the best of sets by Lerrentomby. But look at that, incredibly athletic. And Lerrentomby apologising afterwards for the lack of accuracy on the set. But certainly compensated for by the beautiful stretch by Priya.
Priya gets that spike in again and just went off the head of Emimia Ranji.
It's very well done because when the ball came over it was very close to the net and Priya saved it, knocking it backwards for Leddentombi to set it up back for her. So they took advantage of all three touches. As they did with that one.
You're allowed 3 touches, of course, but there are times when you only manage 2. So you've got to be smart. It's not like you want to use the 3 every time. And we've seen that on a few occasions, not every time. That's better from Iran. A bit of aggression after that point. They've got to pick themselves up. Not only on the scoreboard, but also their spirit. India may not need to use Menunu in this game, looks like, the way Priya is going.
Certainly is a case if it ain't broke, don't fix it at the moment. And India seem to be accomplishing things here with a minimum of fuss. They just conceded 5 points in the first set, only 2 in this second set. So it's not as if they're going to be incredibly tired and need to rest Priya's legs. Or indeed her head. Bit of a lethargic point on both sides of the net there. Suddenly a header and then everyone seemed to be rather flat-footed. Just going to head it over the net. You then need to either get up for a block or get back into mid-court. That's what India needed to do there. They had a lethargic point or 2 and they needed to win one and win it nicely with a spike, and that's what they did.
And credit to Leddentombi, the way she set it up. She had her back towards Priya and then just tipped it back towards the net. And we have a timeout. India seem to be on course to the final of the women's doubles event at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. अभी भारत का सामना हो रहा है ईरान के विरुद्ध. भारत ने पहला सेट जीता 15-5 के मार्जिन से और अभी दूसरे सेट में 9-3 से आगे है. यहां अगर जीत हासिल कर ली तो वो फाइनल में प्रवेश करेंगे.
It was Noorteen, now it's Dusteen, and they are racing away with this one. India very much taking care of business. They were always going to be the favourites for this one, but it can be difficult when you are the favourites. You start losing a few points, you get a little bit nervous, you give the opposition confidence that maybe they don't deserve, but India taking care of business.
Fourth, 10.
The Indian domination continues. It's 11-4 now. It's really good to see Priya do well. In the quads as well, we saw a few spirited performances from her. But then, she wasn't there in the starting lineup of the semi-final.
11-4.
Very deep service, and it's a clever thing to do when you haven't got a real weapon on service. She's not got the spin or the angle of delivery that Ledin Tombi's got, and she fired that one in very deep. It could have been left. It's easier for us to see from this camera angle, but Ememi Randi could have left that one. And now I think you finally got your wish.
Well, I had suggested that we may not see her on the court in the semi-final, but there she is. Menunu has come around and in action right away.
Cleverly done. That bounced off the net, but you're allowed to play on afterwards. And there we go. You end up winning the point. Just the players who aren't allowed to touch the net. The ball obviously can, even if it's on the way up. Substitution now for Iran.
Morad Manesh has come back on, but she won't be taking the captain's armband back.
13.
I think the referee just trying to work out with all the changes now, right, whose turn is it to serve? Because it goes A1, B1, A2, B2, and you've got to work out, well, which player's A1 now because we've had a change, which player's B2 because we've had a change. And fortunately for India, it's their best server, Ledin Tombi.
The only cheer you could hear was from Ememi Randi and Morad Manesh. Otherwise, it was all quiet. A good block by Morad Manesh.
Five, 13.
And with that, India have got match point. Menunu will serve for the match.
Match point. 14, 5.
India are into the finals of the women's doubles event at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. They've beaten Iran in straight sets. It's 2-0. India win. भारत ने फाइनल में प्रवेश कर लिया है. 2-0 से ईरान को हरा दिया यहां सेमीफाइनल में. अभी दूसरा सेमीफाइनल हमें देखने मिलेगा जापान और म्यांमार के बीच. विमेन्स डबल्स इवेंट में जापान और म्यांमार का मुकाबला अभी आपके सामने आने वाला है।
The teams are all set. The players are all guns blazing. It's the big semi-finals. It's do or die. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Team Myanmar.
Myanmar will be the favourites in this contest. They won their group, finishing ahead of Iran, whom we just saw. They're all smiles, very confident. They've got three very good players out there. They're going to start with Kutan and Mongzin. Nin Wai on the bench. They will see her come into action later on.
From the land of rising sun, the samurais are all here to show up their skill. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Team Japan.
Oh, about to say a little bit of an understated entry for them, but they've decided, okay, we're going to stand there, going to put our game faces on, cross our arms, and then have a little bit of a giggle afterwards. They finished second in their group, could have beaten India in the group match and finished first. Toriumi is the captain, and then Kiyosawa is the one who's starting. Makio on the bench. She started the match against India, and then once Kiyosawa came on, she performed incredibly well at the net, but couldn't turn things around against India. Interesting that they're starting with her. It's the decision that I would have taken myself, and if they're going to have any chance, then they need Kiyosawa firing at the net. Their coach as well, Yano Chiharu, a former player, never made it into a final, an ISTAF final herself, made it into the odd semi-final. Japan never really in amongst the medals, so it's great to see them winning at least a bronze here.
Both teams making changes to their starting lineup. It's good to see that Kiyosawa is starting for Japan because she played very well against India. On the other hand, if you talk about Myanmar, in the previous game they had started with Nin Wai, but now they've got Mongzin in the lineup right away along with Kutan.
Kiyosawa, the number 3. You can see her stretching her long limbs, and she's going to be using those at the net.
She was particularly good in the second set against India, made India sweat, made India work hard. Menunu and Darren Tomby, they really had to work their way around in that second set. Ultimately, India did get through 2-0, but Japan, they were spirited. Courtesy that good performance by Kiyosawa.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the ISTAF Sepaktakraw.
Best of 3 sets, first of 15. Whoever loses this still takes home a bronze medal, as will be the case with Iran. And whoever wins gets to face India in the final. That will be played on Sunday morning, day 4 of this ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025.
And that's the contest that we are all looking forward to. India have already made it through to the final. Over here, one would think that Myanmar are the favourites against Japan. Toriumi, the Japanese captain, will be the Tekong to begin.
Fine, Myanmar.
There's a roll spike by Mongzin to get things going.
One low. Point Japan.
Well, you might have been wondering why we were talking about Kiyosawa so much, and she just illustrated that in the space of 1 point. To incredibly good spikes, good blocking as well, and see how good she is from behind the service line.
1-all. Point Myanmar.
On the previous point, yes, Kiyosawa finished it off, but Toriumi with one of her retrieve from very close to the
2-1.
advertising hoarding. That was really good.
Point Myanmar.
Myanmar first to get the 2-point cushion that we like to talk about. When you're alternating services between one team and the other, you're expected to win points on when you're receiving service. So once you get that 2-point buffer, you know you've done something right. You know you've won a point on your own service, which is unexpected.
Just a clarification on whose turn it is to serve, I think.
All 4 players take it in turns to serve. Team A, Team B.
1-3.
Team A, player 2. Team B, player 2.
Point Myanmar.
How difficult is it for someone like Japan coming into this tournament facing Myanmar, who are obviously one of the strongest teams in the tournament?
Difficult. They've got a very good club system. It tends to be played at university level in Japan, and we've seen both men's and women's teams have former players as their coaches, players who have a lot of international experience, ISTAF international experience. Yano Chiharu and Terashima Takeshi for the men, and they play to a good standard at the universities. Obviously it's a big country and it's difficult to get the teams together to play against one another, and it was particularly difficult during the COVID era with lockdowns. The bigger the country, the more difficult it was. What a great rally that was, and Japan come out on top of it. So to summarize your question, you've just got to raise your game, and that's what these two are doing here.
And also the fact that the more matches they get against some of the bigger teams like Myanmar, Thailand, the better they'll get, with more exposure to higher quality Sepaktakraw.
That's the main purpose of this World Cup, and you've got, I hesitate to use the term, but development teams really from all around the world. We've got Brazil who've come here, New Zealand. We've just seen on another court an Alpine derby between Switzerland and Italy. So, and then obviously Switzerland earlier in the day played Thailand. So not really the sublime to the ridiculous, but you go from a local derby that you would play almost on club level in Europe to being on the biggest of stages and facing Thailand. And it can only make you better, and you're not necessarily going to win every match, but the cliche that is true is you win your development.
Yes, and that cliche is the motto for all the upcoming nations in any sport, particularly in a sport like Sepaktakraw. And it's really heartening to see here at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup in Patna, all these teams come to the party. New Zealand, as you mentioned, we had Italy, Switzerland, Poland, Brazil. The men's team is here. This has been organized thanks to the effort of the Sepaktakraw Federation of India, alongside the Bihar government, the Bihar State Sports Authority, the Khel Vibhag, and we have a timeout.
Time's over. Players. Players in.
In the semi-final, it's Myanmar leading 9-3 against Japan in the first set. This is the women's doubles event at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. Myanmar begins soon after the timeout.
Point Myanmar.
And Myanmar move into double figures soon after the timeout with that spike.
Service. Wait.
As we were talking about the developing countries, so to say, in Sepaktakraw, Brazil, New Zealand, USA, all of them don't quite have the culture of Sepaktakraw as we see in the Southeast Asian countries. And it's really great to see them on the world stage, and these are steps in the right direction.
That's the purpose of the World Cup, and you could almost say that India is a developing nation in terms of Sepaktakraw, because it's not Southeast Asia, it's not a sport that is played naturally by kids out in dusty sandlots, which is the case in Myanmar, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore as well. And it's wonderful that India, and in particular the Sepaktakraw Federation of India, has made such an effort to develop the sport here and have it at all sorts of levels, at junior level, university level as well, to get it categorized as one of the sports of a higher level, meaning that players can be paid, get a paid job and then train alongside, so they can get government jobs, which enables them to develop and train the sport. The fact that we've had events in Hyderabad, in Delhi, and now here in Patna, so all around, almost all around the country, really is testament to the hard work that's been put in by the Sepaktakraw Federation of India.
And one of the next targets also would be to find players in different parts of the country, because at the moment this game is majorly played in the eastern part of India. As it moves around the country, hopefully we will see players emerge from different regions as well.
12-4. Out. Point Myanmar.
Things getting away a little bit from Japan here. Timeout was taken a little bit earlier on, but Myanmar just racking up the points. Reminder, it's first to 15. And so Myanmar just 2 points away from taking this first set. Should see them halfway towards a final against India.
Out. Point Myanmar.
A fault leads to a set point for Myanmar. They will serve
Set point.
a long expected line, one would say, because Myanmar are the superior team. They've got to wait a bit. It was a very good spike by Makio Nagisa.
Set point. 5-40.
Makio now having to serve to keep her team in this first set.
All right.
Beautiful block. Lands in. That's a couple of set points that they've saved, and you can see how much that meant to Yano, the coach. And we were saying earlier, win your development. You're not necessarily going to win this set, but win your development. Save some set points and get used to playing against good teams and saving set points against good teams. Saving 3 of them in a row.
And Japan did that against India in their previous game, especially in the second set. When Kiyosawa came on, he was very good on the net.
7-40.
And all these performances count. As you said, win your development.
Right. Point Myanmar.
Myanmar have won the first set. It's 15-7. a convincing performance. So Japan are in a huddle there as Myanmar are halfway through to the finals of the women's doubles event at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. तो दोस्तों आपको याद दिला दूं कि भारत ने अपनी जगह फाइनल में बना ली है. उन्होंने सेमीफाइनल में ईरान को हराया था. अब अगर यहाँ म्यांमार जीतेंगे तो वो भी भारत का सामना करेंगे फाइनल में स्वर्ण पदक के लिए.
Point Japan. One low. Point Japan.
First 2 points go the way of Japan. That is something they wouldn't have been expecting, but they would have been hoping for. So whatever Coach Yano said at the break, the change of ends between set 1 and set 2 certainly paid off. The fact that they're receiving service as well means that they've had the opportunity to go break, hold, break, as it were. They've got 3 points in a row. Well, they've got a full house. They've won all 4 points. All 4 players take it in turns to serve, and Japan have won all 4 points. That's a brilliant block at the net there by Makio. Timeout called, I think, already by Myanmar.
Is the players ready? Time's over.
We're back after the timeout.
Players in.
Myanmar losing 4 points in a row
Substitution to Myanmar.
and maybe considering a substitution.
4 out.
Yes, they have made the substitution. And on comes Hin Wai. And off goes Ya Mong Zin. So substitution early into the second set. You were talking about the Japanese coach who is a former player.
Round 4.
What she must have told her team. I'm sure she wouldn't have told her team, win your development.
Point Myanmar.
Well, if you made it all the way to a semi-final, you're doing more than developing. And 4 points in a row there. The flow has been stopped, staunched with the 1 point there for Myanmar, but then certainly not backing down here, Japan. We saw that against India. They can win points in bunches, and they can get the better of teams that on paper are better than them. They took a set off India and could have got even closer to winning the group, but they're really on a roll at the moment.
I like the way Makio Nagisa finished that one. Didn't try to hit it hard. Intelligently done. She's a Tekong now.
Point Myanmar.
Well, we had a change in lineup for Japan at the start of this second set. Kiyosawa, the player who predominantly plays at the net, replaced by Toriumi. That seems to be paying off for them at the moment.
Point Myanmar.
Myanmar, though, perfectly capable of winning points in bunches themselves. Japan's lead was up to 5 points. It's down to 3. Myanmar receiving service here. Be looking to get that deficit down to 2, but that was a poor set. You could see how annoyed with herself Piu Tan was. That was a very, very low set. That gave Nin Wai far too much to do.
He's just approached the referee's desk.
Might be saying that, I don't know which of the two players, whether it was Makio or Toriumi, actually up to the net and might have touched it. In which case, there needs to be an official challenge. Well, 7-3. Still the score in favour of Japan.
This is good to see. The India matches are done, but the crowd are still around. And that's the kind of interest that we want to see for the sport of Sepaktakraw here in Patna, Bihar, hosting the World Cup, a big event coming to this historic city.
So the point has been reversed, so there must have been a touch of the net. So the lead of Japan went down to just 6-4, and imagine if Myanmar had got that point there and got to within 1 point, but no, Japan not backing down. They have a point taken away from them in seemingly slightly controversial circumstances, and they just get right back out there. Another great block at the net by Makio. How about that wonderful scrambling there by Nin Wai, going way wide and winning a point she had no right to.
7-5. Out. Point Myanmar.
Whenever Japan have been getting points, the crowd is getting behind them. They know that Myanmar is the stronger team. And you can hear the cheer. You always want to see one of these emerging teams do well. And the crowd here, now that they've seen a lot of Sepaktakraw across the last 3 days, they understand that for Japan, a good performance here, it's worth its weight in gold.
8-6. Point Myanmar.
They won that point almost despite themselves there, Myanmar. You could see there was hesitation, and it ended up being a winner via header by Bhutan. But the set wasn't quite in the right place. They're a little bit out of sorts at the moment. They've already taken their time out. They've already used their substitution as well. So they're going to have to sort this out themselves. There's nothing else they can do in terms of using the rules to slow things down or change things around. The only thing we can have is a timeout called by Japan, and that is what we are having at the moment.
Okay. Over. Yeah. Ready, time over. Players. Players in. Players in. Time over. Japan to serve.
So now it's purely down to the players. Both coaches, the coaches on either side have taken the timeouts. I suppose theoretically we could have a change, a substitution for Japan. Myanmar have already used theirs, so it's up to the 4 players out there at the moment.
That was very well done by Japan. The initial save just came off the body of Makio. The spike to finish. That's a bit of a laugh about that one.
So Japan winning a point on their own service. 8-all, of course, it's first to 15. The nearer you get to the end of the set, the more precious it is to win points on your own service, because you're expected to win them on your opponent's service. And all of a sudden, there's that 2-point cushion again.
Time 8.
Again, Myanmar, they're winning points despite themselves. That really wasn't the best set from Bhutan, but it ended up being beautifully spiked by Nin Wai. Had to come a long way back. It was good tape service as well from Makio. So really good takraw all round.
Point Japan.
Japan continue to fight. Makio Nagisa, when she's come in fact, in this game, she has performed very well. In their previous encounter against India, she was replaced by Yumi, and Yumi had done very well then.
Right, point Myanmar.
Myanmar keeping them honest. It's going to be interesting to see whether any nerves creep in in the Japan team. You wouldn't have thought so.
10, 11.
Myanmar need to get this back. Level pegging, they need to win a point on service, and that's why there was a gamble there from Putan. And the problem is, when it doesn't come off, all of a sudden your opponents are on 12 and only 3 points away from taking it to a decider.
12, 10.
Better set there, far nearer the net, and Ninwai, that was really in her comfort zone.
This is going to be a big point now. Myanmar have to really win this one off their own serve, isn't it?
Point Japan.
But they won't. Again, Makio Nagisa on the net. That setup wasn't very close to the net though, yet she managed to get enough onto that.
At the moment, Makio, wherever you put the ball for her, she seems to be putting it in the right place. So almost a free hit here for her teammates. Toriumi.
Incredible. The initial block was good. The setup allowed Makio to take Japan to set point.
They're not playing well, Myanmar, at the moment. They've looked incredibly unsteady since the second time out. They're not spiking well. They're going to make a very late change. Really is a last throw of the dice.
Set point 11, 40. Out. Point Japan.
What a turnaround this has been. Japan have won the second set 15-11. In the first, Myanmar dominated, won that 15-7. But now Japan, what a performance. This is what keeps us hooked to the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. Don't go anywhere, because it's Japan 1, Myanmar 1 in the semi-final of the women's doubles event at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 in Bihar. this is the decider. The third set in the women's semi-final of the doubles event at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. शुरुआत में हमें ऐसे लगा था कि म्यांमार यहाँ पे आसानी से मुकाबला अपने नाम कर लेंगे. पहला सेट जो है उन्होंने 15-7 से जीता था, मगर दूसरे सेट में जिस प्रकार जापान ने एक कमबैक किया, यहाँ जो दर्शक मौजूद है सब ने उसका मजा उठाया. और अभी तीसरे सेट में भी शुरुआत जापान ने बहुत अच्छी की है उस ब्लॉक के साथ.
Just a reminder, it's the same format. It's first to 15 points. If we're level at 14 all, we'll go first to 17. It's going to have to be 2 points clear. And whoever gets to 8 first will lead us over to the other side, because we'll have a change of ends. So Japan looking like they're the more likely to do it at the moment. They've taken the momentum from the second set, carrying it over into the third. And again, whoever wins this meets India in the final. Imagine if it were to be Japan. Japan, who played India a couple of hours ago in the group stages and pushed them all the way. And they're a mere 13 points away from setting up a rematch with a gold medal at stake.
Myanmar have to get their focus back and really hit hard. Well, talking about that, I remember during one of the Asian Games where Japan, the men's team, won the hockey gold medal. This was ahead of India, Pakistan, South Korea, the nations that you'd expect to take the gold.
I think that one landed just in. I think that was an incredible block by Mong Zin. Mong, who came on with just 1 point to go at the end of the second set, enabling her to start the third set rather than having a substitution used to bring her on. They used that substitution because she could make 1 per set.
3-2.
And so ahead of a potential third set, she was brought on. It leaves a substitution available for Myanmar in this third set. Japan, of course, have their substitution as well. So if they want to, they can bring Kuyasawa back on. Why would you, is my question, because Makio has been playing so well. There she is in the number 1 jersey. 3-all.
The change to bring on Makio has worked in this match, and I agree with you. There's no need to get Yumi back into play, although she was the more effective player in the match against India.
4-3. Point Japan.
The Patliputra Sports Complex, the venue for the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025, still packed. All eyes on this semi-final between Japan and Myanmar. Good to see the crowd encouraging Japan to do well.
Point Myanmar.
Yes, those who have stayed have all massed behind court 1. You can see them there on screen. You can just see court 2 to the right of your screen.
Point 4. Point Japan.
Nothing to choose between these two teams. Myanmar dominating the first, Japan running out to a 4-0 lead in the second, and then taking that all the way home, winning it by 4 points. And how about that, a point won on service. And of course, it's by Makio, who's been the star performer in this match.
At what point will the Myanmar bench start feeling a bit nervous?
Right now, I'd say. Particularly if this can be converted. Oh, it can't. So everyone's getting the nerves. See, it's been 10 points in a row that were won against service, which is what you would expect. And then Japan finally hold on service. Myanmar do exactly the same.
6-all.
No one getting that 2-point cushion.
Fine, Myanmar.
Another question for you. I've read about this in other sport where if some of the weaker teams, may I say, get into good winning position against the superior one, then they start thinking.
7-6.
Because that's when the real possibility of winning
Fine,
dawns
Japan.
in their mind. And then the mistakes happen. Have you seen that happen in Sepaktakraw as well?
There are times when people take a set off Thailand and then think, good grief, we might be able to do this. I saw Malaysia get perilously close and ended up losing a tight 5-setter back when we had 5 sets, and that was the ISTAF Super Series held in Malacca, a beautiful city around halfway down Malaysia. And it was wonderful to go there, and it would have been even more wonderful had Malaysia won it, the men's team that is, the Regu winning it, and they were so close to winning the final there, and just choked really when I think the occasion got to them. Japan not choking at the moment. They're the ones with their noses in front, and they're the ones who have the psychological advantage of leading at the change of ends, but it's still, well, they've actually got the advantage here because it's Myanmar serving. So they're going to put the ball in Japan's court, and Japan with the opportunity to open that 2-point cushion.
And that cushion gets even bigger with that wonderfully executed spike. So important for Japan to hold their nerve, to continue to believe that they can go all the way.
They look pretty calm at the moment. Zen, if I might say.
Fine, Myanmar.
Which is why I brought in that hockey Asian game story
9.
right here. Because Japan, no one had expected their men to win the gold medal, yet they did. This was in 2018.
Fine, Myanmar.
Myanmar pull it back level. Japan with 2 points clear. Well, it was a first to 15 showdown. We've got to 9-all, so it's basically a first to 6, a best of 11. But who would back against this going to 14-all and being extended to 17? How good would that be for the final match of this third day of the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025?
Right, fine, Myanmar.
Very close to the nets, close but not over. Nervous times for the quadrant players of Japan who have been made part of this double squad.
10-9. Fine, Myanmar.
Is it pressure talking now? Is it pressure? It was a golden opportunity for Japan to level things
Time out,
again.
Japan.
It was great work by Mong Zin. She got right up close to the nets, stuck her foot out, and it's forced Japan into a timeout. They find themselves 2 points adrift. 1-minute timeouts taken by Yano Chiharu, the coach of Japan, and she didn't talk through a lot of it. There's no point just filling it with a minute's worth of empty words. She just obviously wanted to get a quick message across and then allow her players to take a breath, remain calm. What they really need to do now is get a point back on service. Toriumi, what can she do?
What a block! And Japan have won that point courtesy some brilliance by Makio Nagisa on the net. But there's a challenge, looks like.
Are they saying that Makio put her leg across the net, over the net, and blocked the ball when it was still on the Myanmar side of the court? It was an immediate call. You could see straight away that Piu Tan called for it. The second it happened, she turned round to her bench.
Both the team officials.
I think it's going to be an unsuccessful call as far as Myanmar are concerned, because you can see that they are talking to Tut Kaing Nue and saying, look, it didn't happen. Explaining to him why the challenge hadn't worked.
Point to Japan.
बस एक बार दर्शकों को बताने के लिए कि अगर आप नेट पर है तो बॉल से संपर्क करने से पहले आपके शरीर का कोई भी अंग नेट के उस पार जा नहीं सकता। तो यहाँ म्यांमार ने उसी के लिए रेफरल लिया था।
Responding in kind, Myanmar, a block at the net, and they restore the 2-point cushion, and they're getting nearer and nearer to a place in the final against India. I reckon India would prefer Japan to get through because they've already beaten them. India would probably be more nervous facing Myanmar. I'm sure they would like Japan to do them a favour and knock Myanmar out. Another challenge. Everyone throwing the challenge coin into the ring at the moment. Why not? Myanmar have lost their challenge. Yano Chiharu has decided to use hers for Japan. Why not? In for a penny, in for a pound. And I think she might have worked the oracle here. Is it going to be 10-12 or is it going to be 11 all? Looked like the video referee had come to a decision, and Coach Tut is trying to talk him out of it. And he might have succeeded in doing that. Coach Yano looking disappointed with the outcome. Myanmar 3 points from victory. Japan now with it all to do. They need to win points on service. Managed to do it a couple of points ago. Can they do it again?
The line referee just indicated that it's got to be Makio Nagisa who's got to serve instead of Toriumi.
Great attempted block, but the spike was even better, and Myanmar edge even closer to a showdown with India for gold medal. Staying alive, it was popped over the top beautifully, and I think lands on the... Oh, it was a hand. So a hand stuck out. It was a reflex action by Mongzin. And we're having the final timeout, and it's been called by Myanmar.
We're into the final phase of the semi-final of the women's doubles event at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. Japan have been fantastic, but up against Myanmar. Oh, this has been an enthralling contest. The crowd is still here. As Toriomi, the Japanese captain, dons the role of the Tekong. And that's match point for Myanmar. Japan have had their moments, but Myanmar have worked their way back in this third set and are only a point away as they serve for a place in the final against India. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant there by Makio Nagisa.
Still match point, but we're talking earlier about win your developments. If they don't win the match here, then how about that for development? Stepping up and keeping your team alive.
Myanmar are through to the final of the women's doubles event at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup. They've been made to work very hard by a spirited Japanese team who took them into the third set. And in the third set as well, Japan were leading for a major part until Myanmar returned and surged ahead to make their way into the final. Emotions, raw emotions. Japan know that they had an opportunity. One can almost feel for them.
Delight for Myanmar, and they're taking it all in their stride. They were expected to make it through to the final, and it really is heartbreak for Japan. They were so close. They led 8-7. It was 10-all. They were just 5 points away, and then maybe nerves got a little bit the better of them towards the end. I'd say it was just Myanmar stepping up and playing to their best level. But really, full credit to Japan. They're going to get a bronze medal. There could have been more. Wonderful performance by them. But Myanmar it is who make it through to the final, where they will face India on the start of day 4.
as Myanmar head out of the court. Let's reflect on the moment they sealed their passage through to the final. Applauded by the Myanmar men's team as well. And a bow of respect there from the Japanese women's team. It has been an enthralling day of Sepaktakraw here in Patna. And we are waiting for a lot more here.